Gaming news today is once again about the future. First, in the wake of the huge price increase for the PS5, the Pro, and the Portal, we now have a reliable hardware leaker speaking to the price of the PlayStation 6. And I tried to tell you that the PS5 Pro this weekend was going to be hard to get, and I tried to get one. Unsurprising, it's basically sold out everywhere, thanks to the announced price hike that will be hitting in just a few days on April the 2nd. We are going to take a look at where the PlayStation 6 may be landing with respect to price. Second, Crimson Desert continues to drop really big patches and updates, and the latest one has made really good strides towards improvement on consoles, performance on consoles, I should say, and the CEO spoke specifically to the valid complaints about the story. And the player numbers hit a new record, which really drives home the point that this game needed more time before launch, and I think it would have been a great candidate for early access. Did they miss their chance to be another Baldur's Gate 3, or are they headed there right now? We will discuss. Third, rumors are swirling about a new Game Pass tier that would only include first-party titles. Is this one of the first attempts to offer a lower price tier of Game Pass? Would it feature big titles like Call of Duty? Would it have day and date? We're going to look at what is being claimed. And last but certainly not least, Marathon had their lowest weekend of player engagements to date, with the second week of Cryo Archive seemingly driving the player numbers to new lows. What do we make of Bungie saying that the game will be around for years to come as the floor of daily engaged players continues to fall? Now, if you're watching this later, be sure to hit subscribe and the like button. YouTube is acting a little crazy today, so if you don't see the like count changing, my view count stuck at 1. I know there's a bunch of you here. Thank you so much for being here. My sub count's also a dash right now on the back end, so hopefully YouTube resolves some of its issues as we stream. You can continue helping us with the big member goal as well. Click the join button for $5 a month. You get a badge, you get emotes, and you can get into my members only Discord. We are trying to get to 600 paying members, and you can certainly help us with that. So let's talk about the first story. The PlayStation price increase is just a few days away, and the gaming world is officially disrupted. Angry customers, concerns about the future and pricing, maybe even just pricing people out of the hobby, and a bum rush to buy PS5s and Pros before the big jump hits. And now speculation about the PlayStation 6 timing and pricing is understandably heating up. Well, notable and reliable hardware leaker Kepler has revealed that the current manufacturing cost for the PlayStation 6 is $760. He went on to say that a $700 price point for the PlayStation 6 is still possible with a reasonable subsidy. He said that, quote, "The question is if Sony will even bother now that Xbox is not direct competition anymore." Now, I would say that question is more about how the next 1 to 2 years of the PlayStation 5 gen does in the wake of the price increase. If their trajectories don't falter that much, I could see them feeling less inclined to subsidize the PS6 and lose money per unit if the market has responded rather well to the fact that, hey, they raised the price of the PlayStation 5 and people continue to buy them. If the recent price increase is more potent and it has a detriment effect on their unit sales of the PS5, I could see them feeling more motivated to actually say, hey, we need to subsidize the PlayStation 6. We need to bring that price down. Now, I, for one, hope that the global situation, the RAM price situation, calms down and that a late-gen price drop could happen for the PS5. That would make for a better runway to a maybe $600 to $700 PS6, as opposed to what some are speculating, which could be a $1,000 PlayStation 6. The AI situation and RAM prices are already showing early signs of course correction, but time will tell. Other global realities are playing a part that may or may not resolve in a way that helps the situation. But for now, Sony is probably glad that they targeted a lower price point for the PS6 before all of this started. It could help curb the price down as opposed to landing in the $900 to $1,000 range. Because listen, for many, the current price jump feels like a deal breaker. According to anything you've heard from people about it, it's like, well, this could actually be a reason to stop buying. Anything higher than where they currently are right now would certainly be a detriment to the future of the platform and its ability to sell in the market as a console. So those are my thoughts on that. Let's move on to the next one. And people are pretty pumped about this one, and they keep coming and telling me about it. The redemption arc for Crimson Desert continues with another huge update and even admission from the CEO that the story isn't that great. Even more interesting, some super fans of the game think that the game improving is evidence that I was wrong in my caution about pre-ordering this game, especially on console. I would say quite the opposite. In the 2 weeks' time that the game has been out, they have made it abundantly clear that this game was not ready at launch. Both the speed and the substance of their patches seem to indicate that they were aware of some of the game's more significant problems, which is likely why they were so cagey about console footage and, quote, hiding things. They were likely under the gun of a deadline, and they knew it would be a somewhat rocky launch. Those early scores on PC made that clear, and the recommendation from tech outlets to avoid the performance mode on console, I think it made it clear as well. Not to mention the entire game would crash if you just opened your map. Now, this to me is a great time to once again bang on the drum of early access. I have said for a while that large, complex games and even live service games should leverage early access. Well, Crimson Desert is basically checking all of those boxes. It is big. There are lots of systems overlapping with each other, and it's basically a single-player MMO. Early access would have set this game up to be the next Baldur's Gate 3, a huge, expansive world with tons of freedom, slowly polishing controls, combat, and all the interwoven game systems inside. And the players are clearly responding. The game now has a global user score on Steam of 80%, and over the weekend they hit a new player count, a new concurrent record of over 276,000 players. I've said since the launch that I will still hold their marketing accountable, but I will also pull for the game to have a 2.0 moment, for the sake of the players who like it, or those who want to like it. Countless reviewers and YouTubers continue to say that it is the worst game that they have ever loved. So many rough edges and frustrations causing them to, quote, quit or rage out, only to come back to the game and continue playing anyway. I will always cheer for games to have their 2.0 moments. It's good to see player feedback implemented and for the symbiotic relationship between gamers and developers move into a very positive direction. It certainly adds credence to the fear, though, that has been echoed by people over the years, that you can hype a game up and sell it and then just fix it later. The good news is the rate at which they are fixing this game is basically a speed run towards 2.0 redemption. Other games have taken months or even years to earn the 2.0 trophy in my mind. Pearl Abyss seems to want to earn theirs in record time. I can say that this latest update for performance mode on console, it was noticeably smoother on my PS5 Pro. There are still big stutters and drops in town, and when there are lots of NPCs around. Hopefully this new baseline of performance can continue to be tweaked and polished so that, in just a few weeks' time, I can enjoy the game without any major issues, and so can everybody else on console. So press on, Pearl Abyss. The game and your fans deserve it. They might even snag a Game of the Year nomination with how quick they've turned things around, which would be somewhat unprecedented, and it might require some outlets to change their score or to do updated reviews. I don't know if outlets typically do that. That would only add to my point about early access and how much stronger this game could have landed. In a year like 2026, that is stuffed to the gills with games, the first impression may stick for a lot of gamers and review outlets. But the splash the game is making on Steam player charts as maybe just grounds for a revisit and a revisit from many of those outlets, and maybe even, a revision of their review. Time will tell, but for now, the good news is the game is better every day, which for many is an invite back or just more reason to press on and keep exploring. So that's the current status of that game, and I'm going to continue to wait for them to completely iron out those performance issues. Now I got one on Game Pass. Well, in case you missed it, Game Pass could be seeing new tiers very soon. Asha Sharma already indicated that she was looking into offering low-tier options, which, after a meeting with Netflix, it became clear that, according to Netflix's co-CEO, Microsoft had not yet figured out how to make Game Pass work for Microsoft. It also led to speculation that a lower-tier Game Pass could come with ads on the horizon, because that's something that Netflix has done. It also could be this new tier that we are now hearing about with the codename Tryon. According to a data mine, this new tier would only include first-party games. The games found were Doom Eternal, Dishonored 2, Fable Anniversary, Fallout 4, Fallout 76, Gears 5, Halo 5, Halo Wars 2, Hellblade 1, Ori and the Blind Forest, State of Decay 2, and The Elder Scrolls Online. Now, I don't know about you, but all those games seem to have something in common. None of them are new. Now, this could be seen as an introductory Game Pass level that just features some of the classics from their first-party studios. Now, Ori and the Blind Forest is an interesting one, though, because Moon Studios is not a first-party Microsoft studio. Microsoft does currently own the IP of Ori, according to the research that I did. I couldn't quite figure out if they were going to do anything with it. It did seem maybe that's why Microsoft reached out to Moon about making an Ori 3. They're currently working on No Rest for the Wicked. In any case, if this is the tier that they have planned for a lower price point, I imagine it would be most appealing to folks who don't currently have any tier of Game Pass, especially because this package looks on the surface from the data mine to be one that would not feature day and date, and it would likely not feature bigger titles like Call of Duty unless they were a much older Call of Duty. And I'm way more in support of a lower tier with less games and features than a lower tier with ads. But that's just my thought on this potential Game Pass tier that they may be offering very soon. And last but certainly not least, we've got to talk about Marathon. Yes, we are not going to ignore the deflating elephant in the room. Marathon continues week after week to see decline. With just the second week for Cryo Archive, they've already hit their lowest weekend to date on Steam. They have not had a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday this low since launch. It's the lowest it's been. It's just been a steady decline ever since the game came out. Not a single day over the weekend got over 50,000 concurrents on Steam. Each day was in the low 40,000 peaks. Now, given what we have learned from Paul Tassi and his sources at Bungie, I am not sure what to make of Bungie's claim that Marathon will be around for, quote, many years. In a recent post, they said that, quote, we look forward to many years of steady improvements of every aspect of the game. Well, the most important aspect of any live service game is the player count, because if it drops too low, your patches, your updates, your seasonal content, it doesn't really matter. The game hasn't even hit 1 month of an anniversary yet, and the decline has not slowed down. The pattern for live service games is always that you have your peak and then slow decline to a reliable floor. Marathon's peak was lower than its free server slam, and the decline is not exactly what I would call slow in just 3 weeks' time. And that reliable floor, it does not seem like they have reached it yet. I just don't know what to say anymore. All the hand waving and anger directed towards anybody who talks about this is not helping the game. I was on a podcast called The Gaming Roundtable with Ginger Prime, Joker, and Kirk, and a clip from that made the rounds on Twitter over the weekend. The most remarkable thing about it is how dismissive and angry all of the Marathon fans were. I will keep saying this so that the record is clear. The toxic defense force for Marathon is far worse from the game than any critic. I'm going to say that again. The toxic defense force for Marathon is far worse for the game than any one critic. When every other live service game attempt that we have seen in the history of video games has gone through this same rigor. Those of you that have continued to bristle at Bungie or Marathon being treated this way, you're not helping the game. I'm convinced that fans of this game will gladly cling tight to the mast of the ship as it sinks beneath the ocean rather than make changes or updates to bring in more players. They would rather insult the people that don't like the game than bring more people in. When the niche and the unwelcoming nature of the game becomes a matter of pride and identity with your most ardent players, you have a severe problem on your hands, because now any and all changes will be scrutinized by those who are actually continuing to play, and any movement towards casual players or PvE players, well, that will be seen as betrayal, or at the very least, it could prove that, hey, all the defenders were incorrect, and they don't want to admit that. And that's a risk that could cause more decline for the game than it's already experiencing. And if any seismic changes fail to bring in new players, well, you would simply lose the already shrinking player base that is there. Now, be sure to check out my latest video. I made a video about what is next for Bungie. I spoke about the potential of Destiny 3, the size of the company, the history of Destiny 1 and 2, and why Marathon seems like such a strange choice for Bungie, and they could be headed towards a new beginning or a total end this summer. Check out my video on what I think is going on. For now, we will have to wait and see, but the future doesn't look very bright for the title in light of where things are and where things have been headed. But those are just my thoughts. And now it's time to hear your thoughts. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. I guess just ignore the view count that says there's 2 of you here. I know that's not true. There's over 118 likes already. Do me a quick favor, if you haven't hit the like button yet, hit that like button. Try to get us to 200 likes. The like button's working. The view count's not. I don't know what is going on. Let me get the member count up for you guys. And go crazy in the chat. Spam a bunch of emotes. Let YouTube know that you are in fact here. And a bunch of people have already gifted members. So let me be sure and thank the people that have done that. over there on YouTube. Give me one quick second here. I got to get that total up there for you guys. You guys are already going nuts. Let's see here. Haseo gifted a single, and Han shot first, and so did you. Thank you so much, Haseo. And then Ward Huff gifted another one, and then Haseo gifted 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much. Gets us to 6. And then Mr. Sal himself gifts a 5-bomb during the open, and then Mr. Joker Quinn bumps it to 12. Thank you so much, Team YouTube, for starting the day strong. And then Cardoc hit 56 months over there on purple. That's a lot of months, Cardoc. Welcome in. Lono still has more viewers than Marathon. That's enough. That's mean. Come on now. Yeah, we almost have 200 likes, and it says there's 7 people here. It's the greatest like ratio in the history of my channel. When 120 hertz was added in settings, didn't have no crashes. I mean, I had a crash on Saturday after the game came out. I mean, Madam played on my computer, and I've got a pretty good computer, and it crashed. So I don't know if hopefully they're not having crashes anymore. I'm not seeing reports of crashes. I'm seeing that it's better. Everybody's very happy. I thought it was visibly running better on my Pro. It still was stuttering in town and not looking so great when there's lots of NPCs around. So I hope they can continue to work on that, because that makes it really hard to play a game when there's like a big fight going on. Thinking about live service player numbers, wouldn't you say that streamers should recognize the ebb and flow in their own viewership? I'm not sure what you're getting at next, Jewish. I mean, if you're talking about how Marathon viewership has been, in general for the people. Yeah, you're one of 5 people. Yeah. Look how many people are actually talking in chat. Apparently, there's only 5 of you. Thank you so much, Wired Rope, for 100 bits. Shroud was on Drop Frames yesterday and said that Marathon onboarding needs work. He doesn't know how normies will ever attempt the game when he hasn't fully experienced endgame. Right, it's somebody at Shroud's level that's like, yeah, I haven't really experienced endgame either. Like, Kirk was on the roundtable and he said, the only way you get all the way to the endgame and get all the stuff is you've got to be really, really good. And people were like making fun of the clip. And they're like, oh, imagine that. You have to get good at a PvP game. And I'm like, oh, imagine that. You guys aren't even listening to what he said. Like, I don't know if just me. No, it's everybody. Perfect Image. There's something wrong with YouTube right now. Yeah, it says there's like 5 people here. I'm not sure what's going on. I also on my app, when I go to my sub count, it's just like a dash. It's like a hash. It doesn't even show me what my sub count is right now. I mean, a big influx of viewers for like an event streams, and then it turns to a reliable floor for regular viewers. I mean, generally that's the case with anything ongoing next to it, but there's like, they haven't even gotten to the floor yet. Marathon doesn't have a floor yet. I listen, people are so tired of this, but it's like, what do you want to say? This is the game that Bungie opted to make, and this has been, this is where the game is headed. This is after Cryo Archive. Cryo Archive did not create a floor. It did not create a resurgence. It expedited the decline. They're below the 50K line now. This is the lowest weekend they've had since launch. The decline hasn't slowed down. The decline hasn't hit a floor. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's like people are so sick of hearing about the player numbers in the Steam charts, and it's like, brother, why would you want to buy a game or invest time in a game or spend microtransactions in a game if that's where it's headed? Why? We've been here before. We were told they had plans for Concord for years to come, and Concord didn't make it. Oh, it's not the same as Concord. If they're headed to the same destination, what difference does it make? Right? If some guy goes as fast as he can and he flies off a cliff and he falls, right? And you're lightly walking, but you're still headed to that same cliff, no one's going to be like, well, it took him longer to get there, so bravo. It'd be like, no, you were still headed for the same disaster just because it took longer to get there. I cannot imagine. People are like, oh, but there's more content and they're still working on the seasons. And I'm like, yeah, but for who? If this continues, who's going to, like, because what happens is when your numbers get too low, you're going to start to experience a death spiral. You're going to experience a death spiral, which what happens is there's not enough people playing during off-peak hours, so no one can match, and then you start doing these weird regional tricks. I mean, it happened to New World. New World started having to, like, combine their servers, and that was a big, huge MMO, and even they started dropping to numbers that just, it wasn't sustainable. You had to start combining servers and instances because it was like, well, there's nobody in my game now. And thank you so much. Another big renewal there, Mr. Ganks, 60 months on YouTube. And guys, get that like count to 200 likes. Let's show YouTube how it's done. We can have a killer day even when the view count's wrong. Let's get it, boys. Let's get to 200 likes. God forbid we actually enjoy something. But TJ, you're having a different conversation when you invoke enjoyment. I know people are enjoying it. They hang out in the Discord. They put in tons of time and hours. I was just on a podcast with Kirk. He's played like over 100 hours, and even he was admitting that this doesn't look good. It looks bad. It's like, well, what's going to happen if your enjoyment is then dependent upon you can't play during off-peak times? Don't count my YouTube resub. I got you, gangs. Thank you. Like, your enjoyment, I remember people saying this about Concord. They were like, oh, but I'm having fun. And I'm like, but what difference does it make? What difference does it make if you're having fun and then the game doesn't have enough people for you to play? You can have a ball in any live service game. A non-functioning funnel means that you can't have matchmaking. You can't have people to play with. And then everything falls apart from that point on. Reaper with 4 months over there on Purple says, thanks for the conversations. We're officially 10 away from the first milestone. An EO summation with 55 months in the VIP. Been sub for so long that I'm already ready to draw my pension. We'll start drawing it, you know. Get your 401ks updated, boys. And there it is, 200 likes on YouTube with only 5 viewers. We are the best. I'm the best streamer alive. Who was having fun with Concord? Concord was never above 1,000 players. I mean, Cat Uncle, there was famously a guy on Twitter that said that. I don't care about the player numbers. I'm having fun. And I'm like, but you should care about the player numbers. Are you telling this advice to Bungie? Yes, every day we've talked about it, TJ Boom Boom. I have a video says how to save Marathon. I was on a podcast with Ginger, and I walked through the things that they could do to add spectrum, to open up the funnel, to make the game more approachable. I did a video just yesterday called, you know, where does Bungie go from here? And I talked about what they could potentially do. It's not really going to matter if nobody's playing, brother. If your enjoyment depends on matching with other players, numbers absolutely matter. That's what I'm saying, Gunblade. The discussion around Marathon is so bizarre. Like, look at it. Look at this tweet that Ginger put out. Look at this tweet. And I'm not kidding you. I like, the people that defend this game in like a toxic sort of like arrogant way, it's like, I'm not kidding you. Look at this. So 138,000 views on this clip. All right. And I don't think Ginger typically pulls these level of like viewerships on his clips, right? He's got 4,000 followers. You know, he's not typically probably pulling 100,000 views on a clip on Twitter. And if you scroll through the 139 comments on this tweet, you are going to see people constantly just basically being jerks. Like, you know, oh, you get good. Oh, yeah, you got to play a PvP game like a PvP game. Blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you guys are going to white-knuckle clutch the mast of the ship as it sinks, cursing and screaming and flicking everybody off as the boat sinks to the floor. It's like, okay. I volunteered to be a Bungie employee to hate watch Lono for ideas. I've been matching with other players, though. That's not the point that I'm making, TJ. They already had people in smaller regions complaining about matchmaking time. Why? There aren't enough players. The game's not even been out for a month, and you already have people in smaller regions. Ginger has pulled 1,000 before, not just now. I said he probably typically doesn't pull over 100,000 views on a clip on Twitter. That's what I said. He probably typically doesn't pull over 100,000 views on Twitter. It's probably unusual for him. Harbinger with a gifted. Thank you so much. I'm not slamming him. I'm saying that clip did numbers, and go read all the people in the comments on it. Like, I'm telling you, the toxic defense force of Marathon, you're literally the worst thing for the game. You're literally the worst thing for the game. That clip hit some sort of algo. Yeah, it took off. Now, it might have helped that I retweeted it from. I've got a much bigger Twitter account that sometimes I retweet videos on, and they kind of take off because it's got a pretty sizable, you know, compared to my Reforged gaming account. My Reforged gaming account's not very big, but I've got another one that's larger. And sometimes when I retweet my own videos over there, my clips do well also if I do that on Twitter. I don't make any money over there. I don't think I've made more than like $15 anytime they've paid me. Not me. You can be the not me Andy in chat today, TJ. You can be the not me Andy, right? They have less than 30 days of the game being out, and they already have people in regions complaining about long matchmaking times. Like, look at how low the game gets in a 24-hour period. It last night on Steam got down to 11,000 players. There are less people playing on PlayStation. So I want you to imagine trying to matchmake on PlayStation when there's less, if you turn off crossplay, like when there's less than 1,000 people playing. Can you imagine? Like, this is how low the number got last night on Steam. This is where the most of the players hang out. It got down to 11,000 players. I don't know what to tell people anymore. It's like, listen, nobody's bashing the game. I think it's genuinely fair to consider where the heck do they go from here? What do you do when your off-peak hours are getting so low that people will stop playing in the off-peak hours? And then that's going to pull down your daily numbers as well, because that's just less people overall that are invested in your game. Crimson Desert News, they dropped a huge update, and performance on console is getting better. It's still not where I want to see it, but the update was so big and significant, the player numbers on Steam for Crimson Desert hit a new record high. Yo, Lono, I got that IGN interview. Wish me luck. Doc, I had to get you. I had to get you, bro. I had to get you. My man's out here taking pictures of PCs at the store, and he's like, this is a better deal than the PS6. He's like, buy this instead of the PS6. I'm like, Doc's out here trying to get hired by IGN. He's ready. He's ready. He's trading. He's trading to write articles for them. Where do we go from here? Is it an option to put fingers in ears and say la 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 la? Yeah, exactly. And Kitty Cat, thank you so much for 7 months over there on Purple, trying to roll the hype train over. There's a minute and a half left on the hype train on Purple. It's a level 1. Now's a good time to go crazy. It's Monday. Facts, says Julevette. Marathon's worst enemy is its own player base. They're even bashing their own players who love the game and are trying to give feedback to save the game. That's what was remarkable to me. It's like Kirk sitting there on that podcast with over 100 hours in the game, offering suggestions as well as criticisms, and he gets ridiculed by people that are fans of the game. And I'm like, okay, I've played for 8 hours, Kirk have played for 100, and we're both saying the same thing, and you're going to act like we don't understand the game or something. And 5-bomb from Wired Rope, he rolls the member count, he rolls the hype train over, and he buys Twitch another 4 minutes. Marathon should have had a single-player campaign with traditional multiplayer modes like Halo. It's difficult to suggest fixes for Marathon when I love the game as is. I'm worried about the player numbers. Well, here's the thing, Robinson. You don't have to offer suggestions if you're having a good time. My issue is not with like, oh, hey, I'm having a fun time. I don't really feel like I need to add suggestions. Man, have a ball, dude. God love you. Just go have fun, man. Go have fun. I'm talking about the people that are like actively antagonistic and have like they're angry, they're mean, they have a go at and they insult anybody who's critical of the game. If you show the Steam charts, they'll roll their eyes and be like, yeah, here we go again, people obsessed with Steam charts. And it's like everything has to be exaggerated. This is bad news. Okay, so this Reaper Redeem said over there on Twitch, he said, after around 160 hours, I finally uninstalled Marathon. The endgame loop only rewards the 1%. It feels really bad. It ends up feeling like I'm wasting my time. I wish there was some PvE as well. Why do you think Cryo Archive caused the floor to drop or caused the decline to go even faster? Guys, Cryo Archive is right here. This right here is when Cryo Archive first became available, where my mouse is going back and forth, okay? So in the lead up to Cryo Archive, this is the weekend before. In the lead up to Cryo Archive, the game continues to decline. After the first weekend of Cryo Archive, look at how fast it dropped. This is the weekend, boys. This is a Friday. This is a Saturday. This is a Sunday. This is the lowest the game has been, and it's a weekend. It's the second week of Cryo Archive. It's like, nobody's hating. We're doing analysis of a live service game. Cryo added gas to the fire? Yeah, I got a guy in my Twitch chat saying, yeah, after over 160 hours, I'm out. The game's not rewarding unless you're like a freaking hardcore streamer with a stacked crew that can go in and get the loot at a cryo. 160 hours, brother, that will be the first in line after the first wipe. He's quitting now, Jakob. He's quitting now. There's no wipe is taking place. He's quitting now. Update's supposed to be getting bumps and nobody cared. Exactly. It was proof that Bungie are treating Marathon exactly the way that we were worried about. It's like the restaurant. People are like, I love the food here, but people are leaving in mass because of the bad prices, or bad service and the high prices, and they wonder why people leave. I hope you're being paid by Pearl Abyss. What's Mr. 1030 saying? Is he having a good time? Crimson Desert's on track for Game of the Year. Got YouTubers saying critics of the game were wrong. Top-notch developer who listened to their fan base. Listen, I don't think you should be in contention for Game of the Year when you launch your game in a state that takes like 4 major patches in the first couple of weeks to fix it. Like, it was crashing at launch. It still doesn't... it runs better on console. It ran so poorly on console at launch. The CEO admitted that the story's not very good. I think they could potentially get a Game of the Year nomination because they are certainly turning the tide of public opinion. I mean, the player numbers are undeniable on Steam. I'm not going to deny the success, but I don't know if the critics are going to suddenly like change their tune and all nominated for Game of the Year. A lot of those critics have had a terrible experience with the game. Gene Park is like 80 hours into the game and he's still heavily critical of it. He's like, there's just stuff the game does that's just stupid. I don't know if those people are going to be like, yeah, this is definitely Game of the Year. In a year where like Resident Evil 9 and Control Resonant and Soros and GTA 6 and Pragmata, all those games are coming out that all look to be very, very strong contenders. I just don't know. Crimson Desert didn't have a great start, and that's what people will likely remember when they go to be like, why did I give this such a mediocre score, if they go back to kind of review their own review before voting for Game of the Year. It got tepid response from the critics. It spent a week with the identical score. This is what's crazy to me about Crimson Desert. Everybody had to go at the critics and said the critics were wrong. If the critics were wrong, then why was the first week of the game's user score in lockstep with the critics? Why? Can you explain that to me? Millions of people bought the game. Like 3 million people bought the game. And its opening week, the user score on Steam and PlayStation was in lockstep with the review outlets. Then they spend that week fixing the game. They spend the second week fixing the game, and the score improves. And people are like, oh, it's Game of the Year now. I'm like, huh? Like, what? Oh, the critics were wrong? The users agreed with the critics that opening week. The users agreed with the critics the opening week. And then because everything gets fixed, you're going to say that the critics were wrong. The critics were clearly right. Don't mix its console gamers with PC gamers. Over 100 million console gamers refunded that horrible game. There ain't 100 million people that even bought the game to refund it, Batman. Come on. Listen, props to Pearl Abyss. They're making changes super fast. I said in my show open, they're speed running their 2.0 moment. When the game came out, I said, I don't know if I've ever played a game that out of the box felt like it needed a 2.0 moment. Like, not since like No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk have I been like, man, this game needs a 2.0 moment. There's a lot here that they could really build on. Crimson Desert felt like that out of the box. It had been a while since I felt that way about a game. I'm like, man, you guys have a ton of potential here, and there's people that are really singing the praises of your game, but there's so many rough edges. And in 2 weeks' time, they output an insane amount of fixes. They hit a new record concurrent on Steam, and the user score continues to climb. That's all great, and that's to their credit, but it's also like, what are we talking about here? That doesn't override the fact that it launched in the state that it launched. The critics review the game as it was. Fans are reviewing the game as it is, or as it's changing. As it's changing, yes, people are probably changing their score. I wouldn't be surprised if there are now people who bought it on Steam week 1, refunded it, got their money back or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if they came back and said, hey, I'm hearing it's much better now. I'm hearing they fixed a lot of the problems. If Kingdom Come Deliverance is GT Crimson Desert is Forza. That's not going to win Game of the Year. PS5, 90 million. Xbox Series X, over 30 million. So, yeah, that's 120 million potential people that bought it. And you think all of 120 million people bought it and returned it? Yes, over 100. Batman, I don't think you understand the math that you're putting out there. You said over 100 million people have refunded the game. That literally isn't possible. That would mean that virtually every console owner of a PS5 or an Xbox Series X or S bought the game and then returned it. What you're saying is absurd. I don't think there were that many people refunding it. I think plenty of people did, but not that many. Not even in the millions. There were probably maybe tens of thousands of people that refunded it. The average user doesn't even know that you can refund on console. You know what I'm saying? I get what you're saying, Batman, but like, we don't know how many people refunded on console, and it probably wasn't even that high because, come on, man. Most people don't even try. They're just like, yeah, well, I'll eat around the fat, or, oh, well, I'll go play something else. The average console user just sort of accepts the fact that you're kind of stuck with it a lot of the times. Performance mode on the base PS5 looks great now. It's night and day difference, like what you said. Why didn't they upscale the image from 1080 to 4K in the first place? Frame rate's better, but it's crazy. Well, because it wasn't ready. The game clearly wasn't ready. Yeah, they're now properly upscaling. So, like, performance immediately felt better when I booted up on my Pro. I'm like, what the heck? I was like, why didn't you guys just delay this game by, like, a couple of months or something? What in the world? Like, or they could have done early access. I've consistently said I think it's a great candidate for early access. It could have been the next Baldur's Gate 3. They could have spent 6 months in early access and delivered an absolute banger of a 1.0. I mean, maybe they were under the gun. Maybe they were running out of money. Maybe they needed to ship, right? Because, I mean, they obviously made a bunch of money. I mean, $3 million that first week. I bought it over the weekend on PS5. I'm enjoying it. It looks and runs fine to me. Just the fighting gets a little choppy. Right, that's the thing I said this morning. Performance is night and day. It is. Performance is night and day. It looks better. The problem is, the minute you're in town or the minute you're around a lot of NPCs, it gets stuttery and choppy because it still isn't fixed. Like, it's better, but, like, you don't want to go get in a fight with, like, 20 people right now. And a lot of the fights, there's lots of people, because the frame rate's going to fall, and it's going to make it difficult. Like, right now, people on console have been saying, like, oh, play on quality or play on balance mode or whatever the heck. Like, that's been the advice that people have been giving is to not play on performance mode. Performance mode is certainly improving, but it has not been completely fixed. Abdul, thank you so much for renewing your member over there on YouTube. We're one away from the first milestone of the day. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button. The view count still hasn't fixed itself. I know there's more than 19 people here because there's like at least 50 people talking. So make sure and hit the like button. Try and get us to 300 likes. YouTube's having some issues today with the view count. It's fine on the back end, but the front end's a disaster. Morning, Lona. Hope you had a good weekend. Thank you so much, Damien. Baldur's Gate 3 had issues with Act 3. Yeah, and again, that was in the launch version of the game, and it took a while for people to get there. And once they discovered it, I feel like they fixed Act 3 relatively quickly. I don't know. PS6 price. So the PS6 price leak, for those of you that missed the show open, Kepler, who is a reliable hardware leaker, is saying that from what they have gathered and what they have seen, the production cost per PlayStation 6 is $760. And he thinks they could subsidize that down and ship a PlayStation 6 for $700 for the consumer. Because a lot of people were thinking the PlayStation 6 is going to be $1,000 after the recent price increase of the PlayStation 5, the Pro, and the Portal. I was coming out, someone was saying it was releasing with issues. Oh, yes. Baldur's Gate 3 did launch with issues, but they were not nearly as far and widespread as what we saw in Crimson Desert. Like, Crimson Desert was crashing day one if you opened up the map. I see 256 likes. Yeah, the like count's working. The view count is not. It says there's 22 people here. When I started the stream, it said I had one person watching. Chat's like buzzing. People are gifting. The like count's going up. And it was like, yeah, there's one person watching. I made it, Zoob. I made it. One person with like 100 likes. 760. Right. The curious thing would be, oh yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. So the Xbox Showcase is officially on June the 7th. That's Sunday. It's that first Sunday in June. That's when they always do it. They do it in June to kind of be a part of Summer Game Fest. They are going to be following up the Xbox Showcase with Gears of War E-Day Direct. Lono fell off many times, yes. I fell off 6 years ago, and we just fell off again today. But don't worry, I'll mount my comeback. Yeah, but so there's a Gears of War E-Day Direct following the Xbox Showcase. I think that pretty much secures that Gears of War E-Day is shipping this year. I don't think Fable is. I'm sorry, Xbox fans. I'm sorry. I don't think Fable's making it, dude. I just don't think so. We will see. That thing did not look ready at the developer direct. Wayfinder Studios is making a new MMO called Wild Heart. Yeah, I saw a trailer for it. It looked okay. I need to see a bit more, though. I had a crash on day one, but only as I installed before the second patch. Madam had a crash after the first couple of patches. It was like a Saturday night after the game launched, and she crashed. We were playing on my PC. Yo, good morning, Abdullah. Or Abdul, I'm sorry. How are you? And a 5-bomb comes in from Ginger. Thank you so much, and gets us to 29 at the start of the week. Thank you so much, Ginger. Thank you, everybody, for hitting that like button. We're on our way to 300 likes. We've only been streaming for about 40 minutes. Appreciate you guys so much. Fable needs to be delayed by a year. Yeah, I don't know. If Fable slips to next year, I won't be surprised at all. The new MMO seems to be followed with dead MMO. This is true. Wukong had stuttering before a patch on PS5. Mine stopped when I changed PS5 preset settings on the base to the game default, and I stopped the stuttering because default reverts the game has the devs intended test. Did you mean to type absolute gibberish? I mean, was that on purpose, Jace? That sentence is like literally felt like AI tried to communicate for the first time. I don't want to trash Crimson, said Echo Doctrine, but I did have 2 map crashes yesterday on PC. I played all day, 2 crashes. Asha's taking us to the promised land. Yes. Yep. She is. She's taking you there for sure. I can't wait. Do you worry about premature failure to your PS5 and then boom, you're paying $900 for a Pro? I mean, I have 2 Pros and a base PS5. I tried to trade my PS5 in over the weekend for a Pro. Every GameStop in the area, they were out. The one that I went to, she's like, yeah, I sold the last one this morning. I was kicking myself because I meant to go there the previous evening, but I couldn't because we were hanging out with friends. And I thought the mall was open until 9 and they closed at 8. So it was like 10 till 8. And I was like, oh, we can go now. Me and my son were going to go. And my wife's like, no, the mall closes at 8. I'm like, it closes at 8 on a Friday? What in the world? Is it also located in a nursing home? I was like, what is happening? So, yeah, I didn't get to go. I'm actually, in hindsight, at some level, I'm actually kind of glad that I didn't get to trade it in because the base PS5 could probably still benefit me to, like, when something like Crimson Desert happens, being able to show the game on a base PS5 was actually helpful. So, just bought a PS5 Pro at Target yesterday. Yeah, I'd snag them quick. They're selling out. They seem to be selling out everywhere that has them. So, feels like the PS6 convo is related to the Crimson Desert convo. Devs always want to push the envelope, and consoles just can't keep up with it. I don't agree with that at all. I think the consoles kept up remarkably well this year. AC Shadows did just fine with a large open world and ray tracing, global illumination on the Pro. It looked phenomenal and was a solid 60 FPS. Yote looked amazing. Death Stranding 2 looked amazing. Saros looks amazing in the trailers. I mean, we've got Pragmata coming out from Capcom. Resident Evil 9 looks just breathtaking on the consoles. And consoles are doing just fine. This was a developer issue. They spent 2 weeks patching the game and getting almost immediate turnaround of like consumer response and score. That has nothing to do with the consoles. Like, was it the console's fault that the game was crashing on PC too? Like, the consoles have nothing to do with it. Not to mention, if you're going to be making a game that can't run on mid-level PCs, then good luck selling your game, because that's essentially where consoles land in the power threshold. Like, if you're like, yep, consoles just can't keep up, man. These game companies are always trying to push the envelope. If a game company can't optimize their game for mid-level PCs, like, good luck selling your game. You're going to have everybody furious when they try to play it. That's going to be the same as trying to run it on a Series X or a PlayStation 5. PS5 Pro isn't selling out anywhere but GameStop because people are trading it in. Oh, I didn't even consider that being the case, Sparky, that like, yeah, people are wanting to do trade-ins because I'm not going to go to Target or Best Buy, so I didn't check Target and Best Buy. So that's fair pushback that it might not be selling out everywhere, but GameStop's going to be where it gets hit first because people are trying to trade in. DP Sage with 47 months. I totally forgot that Borderlands 4 DLC came out. It's just a mediocre at a price for $30. I know this is off topic. Thank you so much for bumping the line to 30. We're officially a 20 bomb away from 50. See if we can't bait the first 20 bomb of the week. Thank you, DP Sage. DP Sage, I heard that about the Borderlands DLC. The consensus from the fans seems to be that it's not worth the money. That's what people are saying. The PS5 Pro will get frame gen Crimson Desert problem solved. Well, not this year. As far as Mark Cerny was communicating about the Pro and updates to PSSR and updates to anything, he said they don't have anything more planned for this year. So there won't be any updates this year for the Pro after what they did with PSSR 2. The TVs that people play on are part also. Not all are top tier for gaming. My LG C1 helps consoles even more. I mean, it can hit, man, but like your TV's only really going to help if it's got a good VRR setting. But that, again, that only helps with certain frame drops. You get significant frame drops and VRR ain't going to matter either. That's exactly what I did Friday. I turned in the base PlayStation and Series X. I paid $160 for the Pro. That's a smart play. That is an absolute smart play. I mean, if I didn't already have two Pros, I would have been to the store like that afternoon. I would have like canceled all plans and been like, I got to go get one. These things are going to be impossible to get from GameStop. Most of the gamers here will hate the two-pronged gameplay of Pragmata. I love the two games at one approach. Let's see if the masses are ready. I played the demo and was really, really surprised at how much I liked it. I thought I was going to like enjoy it. I thought, oh, it'll be a cool game. It'll be a unique game. I really liked Pragmata. I was like, this is really fun. It surprised me. At first, I wasn't a big fan of like picking up a gun and then like once it's out of ammo, you got to like go pick up another gun. But it's just like picking up ammo. Why would you want frame gen in Crimson Desert? It adds 20 milliseconds of latency. I don't know if he was saying he wants it. I think he was joking. I literally think he was joking about like it coming and saving the day. So... yeah, we'll... I mean, he obviously can chime in, but I think he was kidding around. I don't think it's going to land that well, unfortunately. Oh, are you talking about Pragmata? Test the settings, game default, and PS5 settings, and remember the IP settings in hub to reserved each device will not be disappointed. I swear to frick, Jace, I'm going to ban you. You got me again. Quit typing gibberish. That sentence doesn't even make any sense. No, it doesn't make it perfect, but it helps immensely. The C1 has VRR at ETC and 120 refresh. There are people that have said they like the 120 refresh option, Hitman. They like the 120/40 FPS. I just don't like it. I prefer 60. It doesn't feel right to me. The trade-in value in Louisiana must be horrible compared to y'all. For a base PS5, I'll get maybe 200 back. 200's not bad. I was told if you go in with the power cord and HDMI cable and the controller, it'll maximize how much value you get. Like, because then they can just turn around and sell that to somebody else. They don't need anything extra. So, I don't know. I don't know why it would be lower for you, though. GameStop was offering a pretty good chunk for folks. As you guys are piling in, hit that like button. I know it says there's only 67 people watching. We know that's not true. I can see the participants in the chat. There's hundreds of you here this morning, and thank you so much for getting us close to 300 likes. Do that and check your membership renewals as well. Fuzzy says, let's be more realistic. Everyone is trading in that PlayStation 5 for the Series S because they can get $69. That's right, Fuzzy. That's right. I wasn't quite sure what to make of all that bluster about, like, people were talking, like, yeah, all of a sudden the Series S and the Xbox are the best value. And I'm like, what are you, like, I don't know what people are, why are you saying that? It was like I was getting stun locked in real life. I was like, why are people saying that all of a sudden? Convince me to buy a Pro. It's either now or never. Convince you to buy a Pro. It's either now or never. It'll be the best option for PlayStation exclusives for the foreseeable future, and it'll give you the ability to hold off on a PlayStation 6 for a longer period if you want to. That would be my best way to pitch it to you. I mean, because to me, if you're wanting to play Wolverine, you're wanting to play Saros, you're going to want to play him on a Pro. And there's going to be other games between now and the PlayStation 6 that you're probably going to want to play, whether it's like Intergalactic or anything from Santa Monica. You can get 220 cash, 315 store credit for Pro members, 242 cash or 346 store credit if you trade in a PS5 to GameStop today. You have to show them the promotion. It ends today. Yeah, I almost traded in my base PS5 and just had them put the store credit on like a credit card. Exclusives. Yeah, Dustin, there are exclusives coming out this year. Like Saros is coming out in like 30 days. What do you mean? The Pro is bleeding edge for console players, that's for sure. The Steam Machine will probably be close to $900. I'm not sure where the Steam Machine's going to land price-wise. It'll be interesting. Phantom Blade in September, too. Well, you can play Phantom Blade on a PC, though, and Zubair has a nice PC. That's why I didn't say anything about Phantom Blade. Do we know about the next Horizon or God of War? No, we don't. The next Horizon is probably going to be a PlayStation 6 launch title. It'll probably be cross-gen supported, though, because of Decima. It's just such a scalable engine. But we have no idea about God of War. We know Barlog's game is likely to get announced this summer. It's probably the one where you're going to play as Faye, which, if they can get Karen Page, then let's go. I don't know why anybody would complain about that. Try a mom-and-pop game store. Sometimes they have a couple new models. Keep your base PS5 if you can go, if you can, to show us footage and compare to the Pro. I was thinking about that Gunblade. I was like, I have two Pros. Like, the likelihood of them both kicking the bucket is incredibly low. So, the next God of War is PS6. Yeah, a God of War Egypt. Yeah, the God of War remake, you would maybe want to have a Pro for. You know what I mean? For views, see how much you're generating when I finish. Don't listen to attention seekers dissing a game. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Sony let another dev team go, according to what we saw over the weekend. Another dev team? Are you talking about the Jason Blundell team or another one? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Decima's amazing Death Stranding runs in iOS somehow. Only tablet, but still. Yeah, the Decima engine also pairs really, really well with DLSS. There was a really weak gaming laptop test that they ran for Death Stranding 1 and DLSS. It was absurd that the thresholds they were hitting. The original PS5 could get the original PS3 collector status. Do you have the original? I have the original. I have the very first one. It's a disc PS5. It's not even, it doesn't have the stripe across the middle. A $10 super chat from Sloth Gaming says, I got 194 trade-in for store credit in base PS5 because I replaced my plates. I spent 500 on the Pro. That's not terrible compared to 900 in a couple of days. You know what I mean? You got it for almost half that. Gemini. Pro versus base comparison vids coming when? Oh, Reforged Foundry. Yeah. It'll be such technical analysis like, I think it looks a little bit better, and it's not as stuttery, and I really like the ray tracing. Tune in for my next breakdown. Sneaky Wolf with 34 months and a member plus. Good morning, Lono and chat. Thank you so much. I don't know what that hashtag means. Never had a console die, but controllers, I could reach the ceiling with dead controllers, especially Xbox. Yeah, I did the stick drift. I think I have another PlayStation DualSense doing stick drift. I made it a while. You know what I mean? This guy says, you deluded, stupid, pathetic persons. It's not nonsense. Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate your contribution. He's really big mad. What TV do you recommend for the Helix? I don't do TV recommendations. I know nothing about them. I just give me a nice, big, pretty one. Pause. You know. Jury's a Street Fighter character. Oh, okay. Well, I like that. Some of Digital Foundry's technical jargons makes my small head spin. Maybe there's room. Maybe there's room in the market for me to do tech breakdowns of video games. Like, all right, guys, tune in for the next tech breakdown of a game on the PS5 Pro, and it looks pretty good. I'm doing a little spin test here. I'm not seeing any stutters or snags or screen tears, and yeah, the lighting is nice. Resolution's looking pretty good. It's somewhere in the number range of a resolution. And yeah, if you guys want more of these really, really good deep dives into games, be sure to hit like, share, and subscribe. People be like, Dadgummit, he did it again. What a great video. Digital Foundry's like, we don't know what happened. Our viewership's just plummeted. They're all watching that dad over there just talk generically about games. It just confounds all reason. Joker Quinn with a single gifted. Thank you so much. Old Dad Gamer technical reviews. That's right. Only 64 watching. Something's wrong, Will. I started this morning with 120 likes, and it said there were 2 people watching. My sub count, I don't even know what my sub count is. Like, when I go on my phone, my sub count is like a dash. It literally is like a minus sign. Look, see at the top there? It literally just says my total subscribers. It's a dash. Like, there's something wrong with the platform right now. Someone's been practicing a little bit too much. How often do you practice? I just did that off the top of my head. What are you talking about? YouTube showing the wrong number? Yeah. There's way more people here than that. Like, if you guys all spam chat right now or spam the like count, you'll see. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. Sony shuts down Dark Outlaw games. Small amount of layoffs in the US and the UK. No more mobile. Yeah, that's old news. Wrecking Havoc. Yeah, we already covered that. You're just a little late. That's fine. I don't expect you to be up to date on everything. That's my job. Yeah, we covered that on Thursday, I think. YouTube yoinked all your subs. My bad. No, you're good. I just wasn't sure if there was another studio. I didn't see anything in my news feed, so I wasn't sure what you were talking about. Yeah, there's some kind of booty going on, guys. Some kind of nonsense. Some kind of noise in the signal. We don't, the best way to fix the view count is to renew your membership or gift one. You know what I mean? Are you getting banned live? Hope not. It wouldn't be my first time being banned, though. It would just be another day. It'd be like, well, right on time. It's been about 5 years since the last time I got banned from something, Right on time, boys. Get your Pro now, wait for the PS6 Pro. That's not a bad strategy. Some people leapfrog from Pro to Pro. I know people that did that this time. They just stuck with their PS4 Pro and waited for the PS5 Pro. I'm sad the new Fable game is probably going to be bad. I don't know if it's going to be bad. I think they need to delay it. It didn't look ready to me at all. Go back and watch it with just a straight face, just with sober eyes, and I got a feeling you're going to see all the things that I saw. Like, I just saw a mountain of red flags. It was like, this game doesn't look ready, y'all. $5 super chat from Broken Earth says, I was only going to get a Portal to be able to play some of the games, and I ended up ordering a PS5 Pro. I have no idea what happened. You just start clicking, and sometimes you just order something that's twice as expensive, 3 times as expensive as what you intended to. I do that very regularly when I pull up Total Wine. I'm like, yeah, I'll get a bottle of bourbon, and then all of a sudden everything shows up at the house. And I'm like, babe, I don't know what happened. I was clicking, and then all of a sudden the guy was at the door. I don't know why he's here with all of that. Just tell him to take it. He can't take it back. Just bring it in the house. It's fine. Just bring it in the house. He's already here. He came all the way to the door. I'm not going to make him carry it all the way back. You going to make him carry it all back to his car? I'm not going to do that. That would be rude. It would be rude. It would be totally rude to do that. Just bring it in the house. It's fine. I'll just put it in the fridge. Base PS5 is still a monster. Wait for the PS6. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the base PS5. There's nothing wrong. It's just that if you want a Pro, do it before the second. You got like a couple of days. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a blackout moment. We've all been there. You're like, I'm just going to get some HDMI cables, and a TV shows up. And you're like, babe, I don't know what happened. It's probably a glitch. But, sometimes life gives you lemons, and sometimes it gives you a new television. We're just going to plug it in, and let's see how it works. Xbox Showcase and E-Day Direct. Yep, June 7th. The first Sunday in June, it's typical. That's when Summer Game Fest is, and that's when Xbox does their showcase. We will be covering that, co-streaming that. That's the one day of the year that I actually willingly will, skip church. And I don't like to do that, but it's the one day of the year I'll do it for you guys. Nothing wrong with the base PS5. That sounds like some console peasant talk. It is. It is. Zubair, I don't know how many times we have to tell you that. That's where you are. You know what I'm saying? It's like you keep wandering in to the Shire and you're curious as to why everyone's short. Like, do you know where you are? I don't know if you do. I think you need to remember what channel you're on. I envy people who can't tell between 60 and 30. Oh, K-Cat. I've told people that. I'm like, if you still like 30 FPS, man, don't ever change that setting. Just play like that as long as you can. You know what I mean? You could have played the Final Fantasy 16 at quality. You could be playing Crimson Desert right now at quality mode and having no problems because you're okay with 30 FPS. You know, it's like, that's fine. Go for it. You know, wait till you experience 120. I intentionally don't play at 120. I don't. You know, I play my PC games at 60. I do. Zubair is like furiously typing. It's like, I have a 5070 Ti and I play my PC games at 60. PC guys are like, why? I hate him. He can't keep getting away with this. He buys a PC that's stronger than mine, and then he plays at 60. It's unconscionable. Why? Because frick you. That's why, Tribal Chief. You got any more questions for me? Any? Sir? This is my life. No, I'll be real with you. I'll be real with you. I don't care. No, I don't want to get used to 120. That's the facts. I don't want to get used to 120. Also, my capture cards, everything behaves really, really nice and smooth if you just keep things at 60. Like, I'm being 100% real with you. It's twofold. It's like my cap cards are all set and like tweaked and everything hums. If I show you my PlayStation, my Xbox, or my PC, everything looks real smooth, no hitches, no stutters. And then I also don't have to, like, if I get used to 120 sitting in front of a monitor, then I go to my living room and play 60 on a television, it's going to be noticeable to me. So that's part of the reason why. And also, see my original answer, because frick you, that's why, Tribal Chief. See my original answer. Per my previous email, for someone who loves performance and puts it so high on the list, it's an odd choice to stick with consoles all these years. Jakob, you have to understand something. That if you're okay with 60, then and you also like the game on your couch, then everything's grand. Everything's grand. I've had to skip, 2 games this gen? On my console, I've had to skip Gotham Knights, and I'm waiting for Crimson Desert to get better on console. Like, that's not too bad. People are like, I don't know, man. These consoles just can't keep up. These games just keep coming out at 30. Yeah, a whopping 2. Like, it's been pretty good for me. It's been a pretty good 6 years. You know, the games have been great, and I've had a great time. And all the PC boys hate me, except for Zubair, and that's fine. I take their hate, and it gives me energy. It's like the sun and Superman. Speaking of console peasants, I've ordered my Pro. We got him! I knew it could happen. Zubair is now one of us. He's going to have a really strong PC and a Pro, and every time it comes up, he's going to be like, I only bought it because of the price increase. You know, I just want everybody to know that. Don't take away my Master Race card. I only bought it because of the price increase. It was a begrudging purchase. I hate you too. Don't get it twisted. Did I ever say that you didn't? What do you mean? I don't know. What are you talking about? I never said that you didn't hate me. I hate you too. Don't get it. Sorry, I read that twice. I'm not going to sit away from my family to sit at a PC when we've all had been at work all day. I actually want to see my family. Well, I mean, there's a great way to see your family, Damien. You just you put the controller down, you see, and you just talk to them. They're like, Dad, pay attention to us. I'm in the same room as you. Be quiet. I'm trying to frag out. I love my Pro, and I'm sure I will love the PS6 and the PS6 Pro. Yes, that's it. You're ready. Fear of missing out on the PS5 Pro. That's right, dude. FOMO, fully activated. How the F can you see your family when you're playing a video game? No. I understand what Damien's saying. I'm giving him crap. I do the same thing. I like the game on the couch because if I'm working on a game by myself, I'm at least sitting with my wife, okay? I'm sitting with her. I'm like, okay, we're hanging out. She's asking me about the game, or we're having a conversation. If it's a super casual game like Grind Survivors or something, we can actively have a conversation while I'm playing. And then we obviously have been playing games together. The game that we really are enjoying now, we are still playing Palworld, but we took a bit of a break from Palworld. We've been playing Sworn, which is like a Hades clone, and it's co-op. And we actually have gotten pretty good. Madam's really good. She's so much more, she plays her life and like always has more health and survival than me. I'm like aggressive and stupid, and I'm like always right up on the boss, like, I'm gonna get him, and it's like, oh, I'm dead. I lost all my health. Like, Avowed? No, Sworn. Oh, no, hang on. You're talking to Nick. He might have it. So do you think it's confirmed that E-Day will release this year? I think so, Kino Mansky. Yes, I think Gears of War E-Day is on pace to be this year. They wouldn't do a Gears of War E-Day direct in June to be like, see you next year. Like, that'd be a really weird vibe. Lona, have you heard the news that a new Star Fox game will be announced this summer? I'm very excited. I have heard that. I'm a little disappointed we're not getting a Mario Galaxy this year to coincide with the movie because I love Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. They're excellent games. Their ports are okay on the Switch too. The gyro control levels will make you slap a nun, but outside of that, they're great. But I will say this. I retract my previous statement. I don't have anything against nuns, but you know, it made me very angry. So apologies to all the nuns who watch this show. What was I saying? I got so distracted. I started thinking about slapping a nun. No, what were we talking about? What did he say? I literally legit just turned a Star Fox game. Yeah, okay, Star Fox, Mario Galaxy. I'm back. I went somewhere else for a minute. No, we're also supposed to be getting a remake of Ocarina of Time, and then bundled versions or a special edition of the Switch 2 Zelda. A $5 super chat from Buttery Cheeks. Lona, do you think Guerrilla are terrified of releasing Horizon Hunters Gathering after seeing Concord's fate and Marathon's slow death? Listen, I mean this. The absolute best thing they could do right now is just cut their losses. Just cancel Horizon Hunters Gathering. It looks like crap. No one's going to play it. It'll be dead in a month. There's no way that game has a shot. There's no way. It has no inertia. No one's going to want to play that. It looks bad. What about a goose that is a nun? What do you do there? I mean, it's the right color scheme, Zubair, you know? I mean, the way a goose walks, I mean, they kind of look like in the bird world, they kind of are the nuns of the bird world. I mean, that's probably why I don't like them. You know, I actually have never interacted with a nun my entire life. Yep, it's getting weird in here, chat. Do you think the changes they are making with Soros potentially being more accessible is a good thing? Let me clear the question command because you guys periodically use it, and I'm going to go ahead and clear it out. I don't know why it pulled an error on you. Oh, hang on a minute. There we go. Can I go back and never mind. I'm just going to, there we go. I cleared the question command. I'm not pulling up the questions right now. I'll answer your question just normal. I would actually say that Soros, from where I sit, looks it looks like it's going to be quite a bit different than Returnal. Number one, they're obviously making it more accessible with permanent upgrades and the ability for you to like tweak each run. So that's going to be a little bit of a different experience. Like right now, if you play Returnal, you and I have played the exact same game. You can play Soros and tweak it to play very differently than me, maybe even give yourself a slightly easier time. So I think that's going to be a very different experience. That doesn't bother me, but it is different. It's not going to have the same feel as Returnal, I don't think. I think the moment-to-moment's going to feel like Returnal, but I think the vibe of the Rogue is going to feel different, which is not a bad thing. The guns are going to function differently. Everything's going to largely function differently. So, you know, I would say that whether or not it's quote-unquote easy, I don't think it's going to be easy. I think it's going to be more accessible. It still looks like it's going to beat the tar out of you. Like, I would really caution people against buying that game and being like, oh, it's going to be easy. Yeah, probably not. You are still probably going to get your teeth absolutely broken by that game if you just kind of walk in and play it casually. Like, I don't think Soros is going to take it easy on you. Game of the Year? Yeah, I think it could get a Game of the Year nomination for sure. Will you be going for the Platinum in Soros? Says A, it's Chill Will. I'm not pulling up the questions right now because I don't have the form open, but I'll answer your question, Chill Will. Hang on a second. I'm trying not to like have I feel fine, but like it's that time of year where I'm trying to like constantly like be sniffing on the mic because of allergies. But I don't know if I'm going to go for the platinum or not. I don't really like going for platinums. Returnal was a very unique circumstance. I had been grinding the game willingly, going for every single gun to be at 100%, and I was so close to getting it, I just went ahead and went for it. And believe me, the way I got it was stupid. I was running Biome 3 backwards. Oh no, Biome 2. It was dumb. It was dumb. You load up Biome 1, run to the shortcut, run to the teleporter, and you run it backwards, looking for a symbol on the wall. It was stupid. It was the dumbest gameplay ever. But that's why I don't like going for platinums. In any case, if you guys are just tuning in, hit that like button. The view count's all messed up. I know there's way more than 100 people here. We started the day with one person, apparently. So hit the like count. Get us to 400 likes. Thank you guys for being here. We're talking about a bunch of different things. We've been talking about Crimson Desert continuing to mount a comeback. I've argued that Crimson Desert is speed running its 2.0 moment. They hit a record player count over the weekend. Their update really did make improvements on console. I'm hoping that in about a week or two, it's going to be much better on console. Unfortunately, by then, there'll be other games I'll be playing, so it's probably not going to get rotated back in anytime soon, which is unfortunate because I was really looking forward to it. I don't know. I may try to play it tonight and see if I can just eat around the frame stutters when there's lots of people around. My concern is it's going to make combat feel bad, and then I'm done. I don't want to experience that. We also talked about Marathon's continued decline. Now we're seeing all these reports. You know, Bungie did their patch notes saying they're looking forward to updating the game for, years to come. And it's like, you're not going to have players. Like, the current trends, it's like, I don't know who's going to be playing your content in 6 months. The trends look terrible. They hit their lowest players yet over the weekend. The second week of Cryo, they hit their lowest players ever. We also talked about the PlayStation 6 rumored pricing, leaked pricing. Fuzzy says, we have almost 100 people. Make sure to support small streamers. That's right. That's right. I'm like half an hour behind in the stream, but Crimson Desert, you cannot require 4 patches less than a month from launch and deserve to be nominated for Game of the Year. Viewer's choice maybe, but not Game of the Year. I tend to agree with MM2K, but here's the thing. Right? Here's the thing. If review outlets go to vote at the end of the year and they're like, you know what? Crimson Desert really turned it around. I went back to the game and I put like another 100 hours in. It might get a nomination. It might end up being the lowest scored Game of the Year nominated game in history. It might. IGN gave Marathon a 9 out of 10. Yep. That's how many people are playing too. So it's the score. Madam's in the other room. She said, stop. She's like, that's terrible. I mean, it's accurate. Oh, my daughter's down here too. Huh? You exist? I didn't know you were down here, kiddo. How very dare you? They've changed a lot with controls, but depends on what would annoy you the most. The contextual functions can still bug you. What was Black Myth's score? 80-something. It wasn't a 78. Black Myth's was not a 78. I think it was an 80-something, wasn't it? Black Myth, Wukong, Metacritic. I can't remember where it landed. It was an 80-something, wasn't it? I thought it was like low 80s. 81. There you go. No lies detected. That's right. Truth hurts sometimes. It does. Review outlets are not turning anything around. They're all so stuck up their own. Come on, Jakob. Listen, I already ranted about this, Jakob. The review outlets gave it a 78. Do you know what score it had the first week it came out? Lower than a 78 on Steam. And it had a 76 on PlayStation. Isn't that interesting? I thought all the critics in the review outlets were wrong, and yet for the entire first week the game came out, it had like a 60-something% on Steam, and it had a 76 on PlayStation. Now, 2 weeks later, they've patched it, they've fixed it, and the score's improved. That doesn't retroactively mean all the critics were wrong. That logic doesn't logic, brother. Everybody was in agreement the opening week. Everybody. The review outlets and the players all agreed this game's not great. Controls aren't great. Story's not great. Performance is not so good. It crashes sometimes. The systems don't even make sense within the game. It had a bad score. A 78 from the outlets is not bad, but like a 60-something on Steam is bad. It got review bombed at launch? No, it did not. It didn't get review bombed. You can't review bomb a game on Steam. It's not possible. You can't do it. There were people with like 20 hours, 50 hours in the game that were being heavily critical of it. That's kind of my point. These outlets will not go back and change a thing. That 6 will be forever. Okay, well now we're having a philosophical discussion. Should a game's review score be changeable? Like 6 months later, the game turns everything around and is in a much better state. Should we all be able to go back and change the review score for the outlets? What's the purpose of those review scores? Like, the user score changing is because it's an organic living thing. The state of the game at that moment when you go to buy it, like, you see its review score in Steam. It's an organic, living, breathing, dynamic, emergent thing. It's not static. But when the game comes out, that's the score. Just seared to the side of the game. Like, boom, 78. So should we encourage outlets to be like, well, it's been a month and it's completely addressed all these issues. Should you go back and change your score? I don't know the answer. I'm asking you guys. That's a philosophical discussion. There's no bright line here. There's no right or wrong. This is all a matter of opinion. There is no right or wrong answer here. If No Man's Sky can have review scores every year, then so can every other game. What do you mean it has review scores every year? What are you talking about? A review should be a moment in time with a separate updated review released separately if needed. They did it for Marathon? No, they did not. They waited to post their review scores for Marathon because it's a live service game. Crimson Desert was a game that people were sent early and they put hundreds of hours into, and it got a 78. Now, they fixed a bunch of problems and smoothed a bunch of things over, and the user score has improved up from like 60-something% on Steam to an 80. That's admirable. We should all cheer for that. But does that mean the review outlets should all go back and change their score? We can't expect review outlets to go back. Yeah, review outlets are busy. They're playing games every day. They're reviewing games every week. You want them to keep going back every time a game does this? They don't owe the game anything. They don't owe the game anything. Hey, it's been a couple weeks and we fixed all that stuff. Could you go back and play the whole game again, please, and give us another score? Like, what the, huh? Think about it from this perspective. If you play 80 hours of Crimson Desert, and the entire time you're playing, all those nagging performance issues or crashes or the awkward controls or the overlaid systems and the convoluted crap, that's affecting your experience the whole time. You can't like rip that out of your review and be like, well, they fixed that stuff, so now I'm going to raise my score. No, you'd have to play the game again, which would be tough because now you're not experiencing it for the first time. It's not fresh. It's not new. You know what's coming. You know certain things are about to happen. So it's not that fresh, new pop seal experience. So it's almost impossible to like re-review the game in a truly like objective way. You're like, well, I already played this and it was annoying the whole time, so I gotta replay the game. I think I'm formulating my opinion right in front of you. I didn't know what I thought until just now. I think expecting review outlets to go back and revisit a game, post patches, and like update their score, I think that is a ludicrous expectation. They put 80 to 100 hours into your game already. Why they got to do it again because you fixed stuff? That's dumb. You don't owe them anything. You gave them a bunch of free press in exchange for the access to the game. You gave them a bunch of free press, promoted their game, gave it a score. Going back and redoing it, I mean, if an outlet wants to, that's fine, but I don't expect that at all. That's a ludicrous expectation. The economics of that from a reviewer's and the demand, the economics don't work. That's exactly right, Ginger. They're not going to get near the amount of clicks, near the amount of ad revenue, going back to a game weeks later and be like, we've updated our review. It's like no one cares at that point. This, and somebody put it in chat a little bit ago, this is a really good reason why you don't release a game when it's not ready. You know, kind of what I was preaching for the weeks in the lead up to this game's launch. So, sorry, not sorry. I kept telling people that the game clearly wasn't ready. They were clearly hiding things. The marketing was extremely misleading. You get what you effing deserve, to quote the Joker. You get what you deserve. You shipped a game and it wasn't ready. That's what you get. That's on you. Do you understand how backwards it is for people to think that like the impetus is on the review outlets to go back and change their scores? It's like you shipped the game like this. You sent the game like that to the review outlets. You knew full well all these problems existed. Why do you think it's getting patched so fast? You think they were in the dark about all these issues? They're patching it this fast because they were probably already working on these patches. Expecting review outlets to go back and change their score is absolutely ridiculous. Soldier on Music with 44 months. Did someone high up at Pearl Abyss come out and say it would have been great if we had done better when talking the story narrative? I don't know. Let me add you to the total. What are you saying, Jakob? And there's your answer. You won't get ad revenue and clicks, which is why meta and outlet reviews mean nothing. I will forever and always look at user reviews. I think you're creating a false dichotomy, though, Jakob. I guess let me ask you this question, Jakob. What'd you think of the user scores the first week the game came out? It had like a 64% on Steam. What did that tell you? It had a 76 on PlayStation. It had a lower score on PlayStation week 1 than on Metacritic. What did the user scores tell you week 1? Did it tell you that the critics were wrong? Like, it's interesting that you're saying, number one, I think you're creating a false dichotomy. Like, oh, so because user scores can change over time, I'm never going to look at Metacritic. I don't know why we're creating that dichotomy when 100 reviews drop for a game from review outlets, it can give you a barometer of a game's, a quality. If 100 people drop their reviews day one on Metacritic and it has a 62, you're not going to be like, I'm not going to trust them. Like, something might be wrong. It told me the game was not ready. Because it all has context. Okay, so to your point, Metacritic was a value point, so was OpenCritic, so were all the review outlets. What did it communicate to us? It was a game that wasn't ready. They only shipped PC scores, and even the people on PC were like, this thing's rough. It went up like 3 days later. People just played it longer. The one patch didn't change much. You are completely incorrect. I watched the user score the entire first week. It was in the 60s the whole time, and at the tail end of the week, it climbed in the 70s. It did not. It climbed out of the 50s into the 60s on Steam within the first day. A lot of that's because all the refunds got processed, and then your score, your review doesn't count. That first week, it was in the 60s globally the whole time. I checked it every day, bro. It's literally in my mobile phone with a pre-opened page. I would just go refresh it because I knew people were going to do this. The reason I was constantly monitoring the score, I knew folks were going to rewrite history. And be like, nah, dude, it was fine. It was fine day one. No, it wasn't. Globally, it had like a 64 to a 65% the entire first week it was out. Globally. You want to go and look at your English score, that's fine. I'm talking globally. All the scores on Steam, it was like a 64 or 65%. You have to remove the language, which if you go to the Steam Charts database page, it shows you the score without your region. It just shows you the global score. Notice how every user review is raising, but meta is not. And many will run to that meta to hold a narrative. I don't care about people holding a narrative. Those people don't concern me. I'm saying that the Metacritic score should stay as is. Think about what your position is, Jakob. If you think review outlets should go back and re-review Crimson Desert, they're supposed to dedicate time and man hours to something that will not help them. It would arguably hurt them. Imagine them doing this for every game that fixes itself after launch, Jakob. How many games are they going to do this for? How many? Every game that comes out, they're supposed to do this? They would never get to the next game. They'd always be like, oh yeah, I got to go back. Such and such trash game that we reviewed, they just dropped a patch. Apparently it fixes one of the game-breaking bugs. I know it's been a month and nobody freaking cares now, but we got to do it. They're never going to do that. Hurt who? It would actively hurt their business. What are you talking about? Jakob, imagine if that's how I ran my show. Hey, guys, I know it's been a month since we talked about it, but I really want to talk about this again. People are like, Lono, that's old news. No one cares about that anymore. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? If review outlets kept going back to every game that fixed itself and updated itself, they'd never have time for anything. Whose business? The critics' business. It's what they do. They cover games as they come out. They review them, and then they get click rates on their articles and their videos, and that's what keeps the business going. They're covering the thing that just happened, the game that just came out, the release that just dropped. It's what they do. You expect that's their income, brother. It's how they pay their bills. And you expect them to loop back to a game and keep retreading a game and replaying it every time it's updated so they can keep updating the score from Metacritic? That doesn't make an ounce of sense. Lono, as always, if we can look at the scores that only represent purchases, that's a more prevalent, relevant number to me. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you that that's a more relevant number to us. So like right now, if you look at No Man's Sky's score, it's a more relevant number if you buy No Man's Sky right now. But No Man's Sky's score at launch from the critics is a moment in time that we should remember. We should remember it. We should know that, like, hey, it didn't land very well. I think that's important. So right now, every time No Man's Sky drops some crazy update, do we think that review outlets should do that? They should go back, revisit No Man's Sky, play through the latest update, and then update their review? It wouldn't make any sense. It would be like you're never going to get anything done if you're always looping back to games that update. Jakob says that's literally their business. It's not their business to keep going back to games that fix themselves. Jakob, you understand what you're saying is not even tenable. They couldn't do it. We scored this, but we can't revisit it because we have moved on. Yes, that's exactly right. They've moved on to another game that they have to review. Homie, the reviews for Crimson Desert, people put in like 80 to 100 hours. They'd have to do that again to really give it a fair review, not just like boot it up and be like, oh, well, those performance issues are better and the controls feel a bit better. I'm just going to go randomly raise my score. Like I said, the entire time they were playing Crimson Desert, those nagging issues with the controls and the systems, maybe the absent story, or performance issues or crashes, that affected their score. The only way they could actually review the game again, they'd have to replay the game and experiencing it all again without those issues. It's almost impossible to do that. They don't have endless time to just be like, well, another game that I gave a 7 put out a patch, gotta go play through it again to give it another review. Like, there's no way they could do it. It's not feasible. Your position is the height of being unrealistic. A $5 super chat from Hidden Siriu. The reviews don't matter, then why do they need to be revisited? I mean, I think that's a fair question. Which is why I will only ever look at user scores and not these outlets. That's all I'm saying. Users revise and go back and play the update. I think your position is fine if you're simply saying, I trust user scores more. Hidden Siriu with a 5 bomb on YouTube and gets us to 38 members. Derek says, I think every publisher reviewed by a major outlet should be required to state the dates that it was played and the specific version number. I mean, I think everybody kind of understands that a lot of the reviews that you read, the published date is there, and then you know they were playing a pre-launch version of the game. There is no version number. A lot of the times they don't even have the day one patch. Now, Force Gaming and others have indicated that Pearl Abyss was pushing out updates while they were reviewing the game. That would also make it very difficult to say, well, this is the version that I played. Because they'd be like, well, I played version number 1.0 for 10 hours, then they pushed out 1.0.1, and then I played another 10 hours. That'd be impossible. Broken Earth with a Gifted gets us to 39. The nagging issues are knowing in your heart that Kirby Air Riders was cheated out of Game of the Year. The Gifted from Broken Earth. He's trying to tempt the 10 bomb to 50. Somebody get us there. Thank you so much, Broken Earth. Reviews should matter. Oh, shouldn't matter until you finish the game. I don't agree with that at all. I think user scores can matter before you finish a game. If somebody has played 10 hours of a game and they haven't rolled credits yet, and they tell me the controls are clunky, the game crashes, there's not great performance there's performance issues, and the story's not great, I'm happy to know that. I'm happy to know that. Like, I'm not like, well, I don't know, dude. I mean, you're telling me there's crashes and problems and the controls aren't great, but you didn't roll credits, so I'm just going to have to take your opinion with a grain of salt, you know? Like, that we don't do that. If somebody's put time in, yes, if they played for 5 minutes, and they're saying more than it crashes and I can't play, then I'm not going to take what they're saying seriously. If they've only played for 5 minutes and they're like, yeah, I literally can't play the game, it just keeps crashing. And a gifted comes in from J-Rock. Thank you so much. Keep hitting that like button, boys. Let's get to 400 likes. The view count's all wrong. I know there's more than 119 people here. Don't sweat that, but let's get that like count up. You can have a review in progress. It's fine. The minute you want to have a purity test of like someone's review, you're never, ever, ever going to take reviews seriously. You could go to Steam right now and be like, they didn't play enough. Oh, their perspective is kind of backwards. They cared too much about the story. Their PC's not strong enough. Like, you could come up with any reason to dismiss reviews. If you just want reviews to affirm what you already believe, then you don't want reviews. You don't. You just want emotional affirmation. That's not the same. John Always with a €5 super chat says, no one's looking for reviews since patches had a problem with no console reviews. Yeah, there were no console reviews. That was fine too, I guess. The fact that launched Crimson Desert within 24 hours had 3 patches shows it was not ready and the reviewers got a version of the game the player wasn't going to experience. Yeah, and that's on the developers. That's not on the review outlets. Pearl Abyss says to roll back your GPU driver if you're struggling to get Crimson Desert working on your ROG Xbox Ally X. Like, it's interesting. It's interesting that there are people discussing this, and like the default is like, yeah, it's on the review outlets. I'm like, what are you talking about? They had no control over what was sent to them. I mean, maybe the reviews would have been better if, like, everybody got a hand-delivered PS5 Pro with the game pre-installed. Maybe it would have gone better if that would have happened. It's weird to me. It's just weird to me that people are, like, at some level, passing off blame onto the review outlets. And it's like, they had no control over what was sent to them. What are we even talking about? They weren't like, hey, this game's not running well and has a bunch of problems. You know, can you guys give us a better version of the game? And they were like, you know, the gaming company was like, well, you know, that's really your fault that the game isn't ready. So I don't know why you're coming to us. I mean, we're just the ones that made the game after all. That would be like coming to my house and handing me a paper bag with your restaurant's food in it and being like, I really can't wait for you to review this. We're very excited for you to try the food. And it's cold and there's a bite taken out of it. And I'm like, what the heck happened here? And they're like, listen, I don't know why you're talking to me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't hold that against the, you know, my restaurant. Like, what do you mean? You just brought me something that I don't want to eat. Like, what do you, like, that's your fault. That's not my fault. Who chose to release the game instead of delaying it? That is who is responsible, not the person reviewing it. That's exactly right. Like, this conversation has been upside down since the beginning. Like, what 80's saying, I've genuinely never seen an average game get simped for the way that Crimson Desert is. It's like, gee, many Christmas, this is such a weird conversation. Well, at the end of the day, reviews are opinion. The best things is to watch different reviews and gameplay and make your own decisions. Well, for sure. That's why I typically read the lowest score, the highest score, and then a couple in between. Why are you reviewing the non-updated version of the game? Like that, yeah, right, Wheezy? I'm like, what is going on? The way people talk about Crimson Desert, it's absolute lunacy. It's like the default is to blame the critics. The interesting thing is, the critics gave it a 78, and it had a lower score on Steam the entire first week it was out, but the critics were wrong? That doesn't make an ounce of sense. It had a 76 on PlayStation the whole first week it was out, but the critics are stupid and wrong and don't know what they're talking about. There was consensus during the first week, and you want to know what the consensus was? It wasn't a game ready for release, which is what I kept saying before it came out. I don't know why this is so difficult for people. It's like, you can't call an average when the game has broken records. So you think sales refer to a game's quality? Tell that to Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk sold a ridiculous amount of copies the week it came out. Did you see the sales numbers for Cyberpunk? Would you argue that the sales of Cyberpunk made it a good game at launch? Like, see, Crimson Desert sold a ton of copies. That has nothing to do with... The CEO himself admitted the story's not very good. What are we talking about? He admitted the story's not very good. They've done 2 weeks of rapid patching, which is admitting the game wasn't ready to release. Selling doesn't make a... How does selling override that? Both can be true. The game can be selling well, and people can be having a good time, and it could also not be ready for release. Have you ever seen an early access game get a good score, and yet there's lots of feedback and criticism and patch notes and things that need to be updated? They essentially launched a game in early access and just didn't call it that. And everybody's acting like that's fine. They're just going to hand wave it away. The story's not that bad. I just said that the CEO said the story's not great. I didn't say it was awful. He just admitted the story's not that great. They didn't focus on it. 80% on Steam globally. Yes, they've been rapidly fixing it. The score going from like a 60-something% globally to an 80% globally, like, that's impressive. It also means the game didn't launch in a good state. Both can be true. I don't understand. They had to put out big patches with fixes. Therefore, the game had problems that needed big patches to fix. A game with big issues is by definition not in good shape. Right. Like, if you start out your sports team season and you lose 5 games in a row, and you make changes and adjustments and you turn it around, and then you win 5 games in a row, your record is still 5-5, man. It's like, that's still a stain on that season. It's still, this game's still in my mind. It launched at a place where all these updates and patches were needed, which is proof that they shouldn't have shipped it when they did. It should have been delayed. It's one of the perfect candidates I think I've ever seen for an early access game. This thing could have soared. They could have launched an early access on PC. They could have worked all these issues out. It could have been the next Baldur's Gate 3. It's on them. It's their own fault. They're the ones that did this. The review outlets didn't do it, and the users didn't do it. The review outlets and the users all had the same response week 1. Man, this thing's not ready. This thing is really rough. The defense force for Crimson Desert's never going to not surprise me. I mean, they've literally brigaded an IGN tweet, and the community note said that the game had no game-breaking bugs at launch, and it's like, yes, it did. They're literally at this point just in denial and lying about the game. It's like, it's okay to admit that the game had game-breaking bugs at launch. It literally would crash if you open the map. That's a game-breaking bug. With how quickly the game has been patched, it's more like the team losing 1 game. It's not a stain, it's a blip. That's fair pushback on my analogy, Notorious. My point was merely to say that stain is there. It's what the Metacritic score represents. It's always there, a 78. If they would have delayed the game for 6 months or did early access and then did a full launch, they'd be sitting on an 89 right now or an 88. They'd be sitting on a solid score. They could be on their way to Game of the Year, and instead, they sullied their own launch. They launched before they were ready. You know what? It sucks to suck, man. They got what they deserved. They were clearly over-marketing it, over-hyping it, over-promising, and the game wasn't ready. They got exactly what they deserved on that Metacritic. You ship a game like that, yeah, that's what you get. Having a go at the critics and having a go at like the gaming press and gaming journalists as if they did something wrong, they literally did their jobs. If a year from now Pearl Abyss releases Crimson Desert Definitive Edition with all the patches, upgrades, DLC, and runs smooth, okay, fine. If your viewers decide to give that a high score, fine. Weezy says, Lono, it's genuinely the most mid-game to have this much discourse. The way people are treating it, you'd think it was like Breath of the Wild, not this mid-game. Well, I will say the open world exploratory stuff that I've been seeing, Weezy, it does look pretty dadgum fun. If you can get over all the nagging issues. It does. It looks pretty stinking fun. Has he actually played the game? What difference does that make? Yes, I've played it, but why does that matter? I've played on the base PS5, I played on the Pro, and then I sat here next to my wife while she played, and we did a stream of it, and she played for an hour and a half. I'm not speaking to the game being mid, I'm speaking to the way the game launched. You can have varying degrees of opinion about the open world, the exploratory purpose, the missions, the questing, the activities. Like, I'm not really speaking to that. I'm speaking to the way the game launched and the score that it received. When you launch a game that's not ready and you ship a game to review outlets that's not ready, you can't bristle and get your jimmies rustled by a 78 on Metacritic. That's what they shipped. They shipped a 78 quality game. It had a 60-something on Steam the week it came out. What do we talk? You know what I mean? It's like Haseo with a gifted. Thank you so much. Barely played, champ. Do you think I care what you think, Turbo? Like, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the game's length or story. I'm talking about the way the game shipped. Your inability to understand that is your own flaw in your listening skills. Like, the way the game launched, it got what it deserved. It got what it deserved. We've done this hundreds of times. When a game ships and it isn't ready, it doesn't get a good score. It's a simple equation. Unless you're Jedi Survivor. I don't even think Jedi Survivor got a great score either. Because it had all sorts of problems at launch. And it hurt it. It hurt its launch. It has an 85. I don't think it really deserves the 85. That's the launch version of Jedi Survivor was abysmal. It still is in bad shape on PC to this day. Cyberpunk sold 13 million copies in the first 10 days. Therefore, Cyberpunk had no issues at launch. Yeah, apparently selling lots of copies as a game is all that matters. You guys literally sound like you work for the company. Well, we got what we wanted. We got lots of sales. So who cares that we shipped a game before it was ready and got a 78 on Metacritic, likely knocking us out of contention for Game of the Year. It's objectively better than Breath of the Wild. I love when people type something that's a subjective opinion and claim that it's objective. I think that's my favorite thing in discourse about gaming. It's right up there with calling everything woke. I mean, it's just, there's some of my favorite things. It's objectively better than Breath of the Wild. Mainstream media should never be trusted. Corporations control the media. Okay. That's right. And don't drink the water on Tuesdays. What else you got for us? I can agree it got the rating it deserves at launch, but also I feel journalists were premature on their assessment. Premature on their assessment. They had the game for weeks. Many of them put in over 100 hours, but they were premature. So they should have known, well, 100 hours wasn't enough. We should give it 2 weeks post-launch, play for another 100 hours, and then give it its real score. What are you even saying? How is it premature? Some of these homies put in 80 to 100 hours. Premature? What? How is that not? They got sent the game early. It wasn't ready. It had all sorts of problems. And these people still trudged on. Jake Baldino didn't even like the game for the first 8 hours. And the homie kept going. And he kept playing. And he even said, it's great, I like it, but boy, is it hard to get into it. It's like, for the first 8 hours, I didn't even like it. But the reviews are premature? What? The complaints about the controls are overblown, completely subjective. That's your opinion. There are plenty of people right now that love it that are like, the controls are so bad. Come on. We talk about something else? No. If you want to talk about something else, bring up another topic. Don't do commentary above the commentary. It's annoying. Bring up another topic. Ask another question. Don't do the whole, can we talk about something else? No. Bring up another topic if you want something else to be talked about. Look at Mortismal. He never got an early code and he's not done yet. Well, there was an embargo date. If they didn't have enough time to play it before the embargo date, like if 2 weeks wasn't enough time, you know what I'm saying? Again, that's on the devs. That's on the devs. Some devs give you like a month with their game when it's this large. We need to put Crimson Desert fans and Marathon fans in a small room with knives to prove who does love their game more. Oh, that's good. That's good. Donkey Sausage has got it. We take the Marathon Defense Force and the Crimson Desert Defense Force. We put them in a room. I got news for you. Crimson Desert Defense Force would win. It would be like 1,000 people to 10. It wouldn't. It wouldn't be a fair fight. We'd have to have them pick their biggest warrior. You know, like send out your biggest warrior because there's like 1,000 people on this side defending the game ardently every moment of the day. There's only like 10 of you over here. It's not really fair. Yeah, we're looking to do aggressive expansion. Right. Unstoppable force versus immovable object. I like Crimson, but no way am I fighting a Marathon guy. Those dudes are crazy. They win by millions. I'm saying 1,000 to 10, like that's the ratio, biatch. I'm not speaking to the specific numbers. Jiminy Christmas, biatch, we're joking around. We're just not that serious. See the snarky comments about the actual game, not the rough shape, but actual gameplay, and you haven't played is hate. Oh, can I get some awes in chat? Everybody put aw. We're the hate. That's my response now when someone throws around the word hate. Can we get some aw in the chat? I need you guys to all do your best. Aw. Because we're hate. It's hate. Oh, I'm so sorry. The hate for your precious game. Jiminy Christmas. Yeah, I got something else for you. You ready? You ready? No trigger warning this time. Oh, no. It's a Marathon Steam chart. Whew. Oh, I ain't paying for your therapy. All right? You had to see that. You had to see that, too. Oh, my gosh. It's crazy to me. What's crazy to me about the situation is take the W. Take the W. Like, Crimson Desert's doing incredible. The score is better. They hit a record player number over the weekend. Take the W. Be like, look, man, Pearl Abyss is on it. Game's turning around. Game's in a great spot. I've talked about this before. If you're not honest about how bad a game is at its current status, then it's hard to give the game credit for all of the improvements. Do you see? Like, if you're not honest about, like, here's where the game was at launch, and then it comes all this way, it's like the irony is you're diminishing their achievement. Their achievement with fixing it is diminished by you acting like it launched totally fine. If the Defense Force would shut up, we could actually be giving praise to the improvements. Right, I'm like, man, take the W. I opened up my show, and I'm like, they are speed running their 2.0 moment. Like, the score has turned around. The record player numbers over the weekend, after the game's been out for 2 weeks, they hit a new record high player count number. Take the dadgum W And you have to admit, the reason that it's happening is because they've made such significant improvements, which those significant improvements don't make sense outside of the context of this thing launched when it shouldn't have launched. It launched in a bad state. It got a deserved 78 on Metacritic. It didn't have a great score on Steam or PlayStation its opening week. If you're honest about that, you get to take a bucket of confetti and throw it in the air and say, look at all they've done for the game. Didn't you say it was trash at launch? No. Now games have to suck to be good under Lono's analysis? Your argumentation is just... It's about as dizzying as it gets. Brother, I never said the game was trash. I said it ran poorly on the console. Did you see the base PS5 footage? It was bad. Bad, brother. And then I went to a town, and it was worse. And then I played on the Pro, and it was almost as bad when you got to the town. The image quality and the resolution and the textures looked significantly better on the Pro, but the performance problems were still the exact same. I never said it was trash. The name of your account is Believe Jesus is Lord. I wonder what he thinks about you coming in here and just lying and putting words in my mouth. You might want to ask him what he thinks about that. I am not once, have ever said the game is trash. I warned people about performance, and it spent 2 weeks removing tons of issues that were causing it to get a bad score. It proves I'm right. That's basically saying it's trash without saying it. Okay, so it was poor at launch. Yeah. Listen, you can try all you want trying to put words in my mouth. It just makes you look like you can't have an actual discussion. It just makes it look like you can't have an actual discussion. Well, you basically said it was trash. So I basically said whatever you need me to say so you can argue against it. That's a straw man. You're literally straw manning, like that's the definition. Well, I'm going to repackage what you said to be something that you didn't say so that I can argue against that. Congratulations. You can go shadow box somewhere else. I never once said the game was trash. I warned people about pre-ordering. I even said I thought the score would be better on PC. I said, I bet you the score is better on PC than the Metacritic score. I was like, because as long as the stronger PCs can eat around some of these issues and some of this fat, they're probably going to have a great time. And then the opposite happened. Like the opposite happened. Like it actually launched and had lots of problems and not a great score on PC. And part of the reason why is it also wasn't a great game even on PC. The game released in poor shape. It's now being fixed. In 3 months' time, it'll be amazing. Right. Seems I hit a soft spot. Yeah, dishonesty is something I'm sensitive to. With your username, you should be sensitive to it too. It's always amazing to me when someone comes in like you intentionally say something that's not true, you get gut checked on it, and then you want to be like, oh, looks like I triggered you. No, I'm calling you out on your BS. I'm not triggered. You're just not able to make a cogent point without lying. Try again. Performance has gotten better with patches, but it's still a repetitively dull and tedious game, a patchwork quilt of borrowed ideas from other games. Well, and that's the thing, is it's like, if you can get past all these issues, like if they can patch all these issues out, I still think there are going to be people that bounce off the game. They're going to be like, I don't get why this game's getting so much praise. Like, I think that's totally going to be something that happens. They're going to have their 2.0 moment, and there are still going to be people that are like, I don't get this at all. It's just a bunch of borrowed ideas. Who even uses triggered in 2026? It's the coward's playbook. You come into chat, you intentionally say something dishonest, you get gut checked on it and say, oh, looks like I struck a nerve. No, you just said something that wasn't true. It's garden variety coward's playbook 101 on how to get chat engagement in a live chat. Not disingenuous. You've said all morning the issues of Crimson Desert and excusing your position, which is in essence alluding to the game being trash. I stand by what I said. You don't like the game, that's clear. You're once again putting words in my mouth. You're not having a discussion with me. You're having a discussion with the Phantom so that you can walk away and feel like you achieved something. I never said the game was trash. I didn't. I said the game launched when it shouldn't have launched. Homie, I said this is the perfect candidate for early access. This could have been the next Baldur's Gate 3. How is that alluding to a game being trash? Your logic is just drenched in non sequiturs. It's like, well, you basically were saying this, even though everything else that you said doesn't really line up with that. What you're saying isn't making sense. Like I've said multiple times, they're speedrunning their 2.0 moment. They hit record player counts. This game could have been the next Baldur's Gate if they would have launched in early access. They could have ironed all these problems out. I was defending the critics and saying the critics scored the game perfectly well. A 78 lined up with what everybody was saying week one. The users who bought the game were largely agreeing with the Metacritic score. It had a 76 on PlayStation and like a 65% on Steam. None of that is saying the game is trash. I'm saying the game launched before it was ready. It launched before it was ready. I've even said for the people enjoying the game, and for myself personally, I want the game to have a 2.0 moment. I want to have a 2.0 moment. Imagine arguing with a 10-year-old for an hour. I'm a 44-year-old dad. I do that regularly. What are you talking about? And secondly, I've been talking to the guy for 10 minutes. What, did you step through the time continuum wall and like this was going very slow for you? He's been in chat for 10 minutes, maybe. Lono, using this guy's argumentation, was also said this could have been a Game of the Year contender. Yes, it could have been landing in the high 80s on Metacritic and been a Game of the Year contender. None of that, you cannot interpret anything I've said as the game is trash. That's so disingenuous. That's willful dishonesty. That is willful dishonesty. It's like, that's one of the things that frustrates me about a game like this is it's like they ruin their own potential. Like, it's like you had so much potential and you guys just needed maybe 3 months, maybe 6 months. I don't know. But it's like, good golly. I think, and I think I said this in the show open. If I didn't say it, I know I said it today. I think they probably were under the gun and running out of money, is my assumption. I think they were under the gun and running out of money. So they're like, we got to ship. We have to ship it. And good for them. They've made a ton of money. And then that means good for the players. They now have like an incentive to fix all these issues and to pour back into the game. We're talking about everything. We talked about the PlayStation 6 price leak. We talked about Crimson Desert hitting new record numbers over the weekend. They've made really big improvements. And then we talked about Marathon continuing to decline. Billy has been lying. Why do you hate Billy? Right. What do you think about Gears of War E-Day? I don't know about story length, and I also don't know about PvP. I'm really curious how they're going to handle both. I really am. I'm also thinking that Gears of War E-Day is on pace to come out this year, and they're probably going to use that to make everybody feel good about the fact that Fable's probably getting delayed again. So it's not trash. Fine, you didn't say that, but you said that the game is not good at launch. Could have been Baldur's Gate 3 level launch. And there's a plethora of there's a plethora of issues. That translates to trash. You're basically saying that I said 2 plus 2 equals 4, and if you divide 4 by X, you get 2, and you're like, that basically means a taco is a burrito. Like, your logic is so backwards and doesn't make an ounce of sense. Nothing that I just said translates to trash. Nothing. You just recaptured everything I've said. It wasn't good at launch. It could have been Baldur's Gate 3, and it has a bunch of issues. Well, I translate that as you're saying that the game is trash. I don't think you should ever work as a translator because you can't even translate basic English to English. I choose to interpret my own way. Yeah. Sounds like you're on some my truth nonsense. I think I'm having a stroke. Yeah, I just... Any criticism you say means the game is trash, apparently. That's where we are. No, that's where we are. We live in a perpetual false dichotomy. That's where we've arrived. We've arrived at a time, at a moment in time in gaming, where criticism is hate. Pointing out faults in a game is saying a game is trash. Then what would you call the Crimson Desert launch? A game that wasn't ready to launch. That's what I've said multiple times today. It wasn't ready. It should have been delayed. I don't. What you're trying to do, and the reason that you keep getting gut checked, is you're trying to pen me into a narrow, very easily to work with box. Because if you call something trash, it's easy for somebody to just dismiss you and be like, trash? Well, it sold 5 million copies. When's the PS6 coming out? When you stop spamming and call your mom because she's worried about you. Stop it. Stop spamming my chat. Stop it. A game that isn't ready to launch is what? Wasted potential? Rough around the edges? I've said many times it has a lot of rough edges. It's like every system is in an it's in an unpolished state. It's like scope creep the game. They just put tons of systems in the game and the systems don't overlap in a logical way. You are not going to do this thing where you get me to call the game trash. Like if you think you're going to like outsmart me in this. Like a game that isn't ready for launch, it could be anything. It could be a disaster, or it could be a game with a bunch of rough edges. It depends on the game. Like, I don't know. A game that wasn't ready to launch, that was a disaster at launch, was Mind's Eye. Trying to define terms and understand your logic? No, you're not trying to understand my logic. You're trying to box me in. Like, I've said time and time again, it wasn't ready for launch. It was rough around the edges. They should have delayed it. It's a perfect candidate for early access. The game has a ton of potential. None of those things fit into some predetermined label that you want to put me on. You want to have a label for the game for me. What do you label the game? I'm not going to label it trash. I don't communicate that way. I've never communicated that way. I've never been like, game sucks. Game's trash. No, I'm too verbose for that. I use too many words. I use 1,000 words when 10 will do. So, to me, my point and my case has been clear from the beginning. Don't pre-order. They're not letting us see it on console. I don't think it's going to run well on console. I think it's going to have performance issues when there's lots of NPCs around. Game comes out, doesn't run good on console, has game crashing bugs, has systems that don't quite make sense, a story that's described by many people as not very good. It's a hard game to get into. That, to me, is a game that needed to be delayed. It wasn't ready for launch. It wasn't trash. It wasn't garbage. Like, I even said it got the score it deserved. I said 78's not a bad score, but it's also not a very good score. It's like middling. It's like, okay, that's kind of tepid. The game was great at launch, and the game is even better now. Our disagreement lies in how we see the launch. No, our disagreement lies in the fact that you're dishonest. We're not having a disagreement. You're a dishonest person. I have no respect for you or your position because you came in bad faith, falsely summarized my position, and now you're saying game was great at launch. That's dishonest. If I was your friend and you came to me and told me, no, yeah, game's great at launch, go ahead and buy it, I'd be like, it has a 60% on Steam. What? People on Twitter are refunding it on PlayStation. What do you mean? You're not honest. You aren't. You're not here in good faith. You are not here in good faith. You are here to cause disruption. And I'm done giving it to you. Pre-order and rolling the dice and disappointing yourself? I even said the other day, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if in like a month, the game is going to be like, time to buy. Now it's time to buy. Like that to me is at least a victory for the people that were looking forward to it or are trying to play it now or are waiting like me. Like that's a victory for the players. We should never gloss over the fact that they literally got people to pre-order with really, really misleading marketing and the game wasn't ready. You shouldn't gloss over that. You can't buy that bad version anymore. It still has trouble though. Like it's still not perfect. You can't buy the bad version from launch. Sure. I mean, I guess you can and then just not download any patches, but why would you do that? If you said, I enjoyed it and thought it was great, no one would argue. Does he want to have a specific separation of game performance versus game capability? I think that's even more frustrating because it's like Jedi Survivor. It's like all the performance issues are getting in the way of the game. That to me at some levels even more frustrating. It's like you're you guys got in the way of your own dadgum game. It's like you stepped on a rake and then slipped on a banana peel and you're like, oh, why is my face hurt? This is unfair. Life is cruel. And it's like, you did it. You did it yourself. Well, I thought Crimson Desert would have good gameplay but bad optimization. Don't understand why everyone thinks Lono wanted Crimson Desert to fail. I was a fan since moment one, Melissa, and I'm telling you, this year, we have hit a fever pitch of dichotomous dialogue. Like, if you criticize something, you hate it. Like, hey, look at that, the view count fixed itself. Hello, everybody. Make sure you guys have hit the like button. Like, it's been a very, very interesting year. Like, we went through this with High Guard. We're going through this now with Marathon and with Crimson Desert. It's very, very strange. Where it's like, once you are a fan of something, once you're on team whatever, everybody else is your sworn enemy. And it's like, man, oh man, that's tiring. Can't you see that some of us are just being critical or offering feedback? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. It's been a very, very interesting year. It has. It's been a very, very interesting year. Wait for Starfield fix to buy. The game has no hope. Did you watch Skill Up Saros vid? I did not. I can't watch any more Saros vids. I just get jealous of all the people that already got to play it. I can't do it anymore. It looks so good, doesn't it? It looks so good. It really, really does. Sort of disagreed on that. Crimson Desert was as ready at launch as Witcher 3 or an Arkham Knight. Both were purely optimized and a lot of bugs at launch. Not a joke of a game like Mind's Eye or Cyberpunk. You know, it's crazy though, Legacy of Kain. Cyberpunk had a good score. It had like a 70-something% on PC at launch. It's actually more similar to Cyberpunk than you think. Now, Cyberpunk was in abysmal state on console, but you have to remember, they shipped Cyberpunk on old gen. They didn't do that with Crimson Desert. I watched Returnal video, and I went straight to Biome 1 boss. I'll get them next time. Wait, why did you go straight to the boss? Are you saying you didn't get any upgrades or anything? You just went straight to the boss? Witcher 3 was fine at launch. No, Witcher 3 had a lot of problems. Don't you remember? They had to do a lot of patches. They ended up doing, I think it was like a month later, people were like, yes, Witcher 3 is much better. And then they did something with the DLC as almost like an apology. Witcher 3 had a bunch of problems at launch, man. The map crashed, the game that never happened with Arkham Knight. Yeah, invoking Arkham Knight is also weird. Arkham Knight was perfectly fine on console. It was ported why did I say it that way? It was ported to PC by Iron Galaxy, and it was a terrible port. It made Angry Joe give the game a bad score, which at the time frustrated me because I like Joe. Joe Vargas is the reason I got into content creation. Like, his Destiny 1 review motivated me to start blogging about games. It was therapeutic to hear somebody talk about games that like agreed with everything I had been saying and thinking about Destiny. And so Angry Joe is like why I got into content creation, and I like Angry Joe. But his Arkham Knight review drove me nuts because he basically brutalized the game because it was a bad PC port. Arkham Knight was fine on console. They had Iron Galaxy ported. It was like, huh? Why would you do that? They had it was like this small team. It was a disaster of a port, and they eventually fixed it later. But The Witcher 3 had all sorts of trouble at launch. It did. People enjoy the story and the characters of The Witcher so much more, and they look past the performance. Well, I think in general, in a game like The Witcher, you can play it in such a variety of ways that, like, if you hyperfixate on the story and the dialogue trees and all of that, like, you probably can look past some of the performance issues and some of the glitches. But it had a lot of issues at launch. It wasn't as bad as Cyberpunk at launch. But again, Cyberpunk is such an interesting thing to talk about because Cyberpunk had a fine score on PC. It had like a 75% or something. And then it was a disaster on console. But it was a disaster on console, and this is where it gets nuanced, because they shipped on old gen and it shouldn't have. It could barely run there. The situation with Crimson Desert is not like that, but it's similar in that, like, the score on PC quickly got better, and that's where the bulk of the people are praising it. And then the problems on console are specific to optimization that they're already fixing. The ads on Twitch are long. Might have to switch back to YouTube. Somebody tell Hollow Dad, if you're a sub on Twitch, you'll never see the ads. Like, just use your Prime over there, and you'll never see them. Well, on my channel, you won't see them. If you guys want ad-free viewing, you should watch over there and just be a sub. That's my thank you to supporting me over there. My PS5 Pro arrived yesterday. The fidelity's unmatched across the board. Anyone who downplays this is maximum cope. Amazing product. It's a very good product. It is. It's a very good product. And if you can get a PS5 before April 2nd, I think that's the best move right now. If you've been holding off on upgrading from your PlayStation 4, if you've been holding off on upgrading, then yeah, now's the time, because that price point's about to be crazy. Like 900? Like, gee, money, Christmas. That's out of control. That is out of control. Don't tell Doc that. You just like Twitch. That's fair. That explains it. My Prime so much have expired. I'll renew it. Yep, no problem. Do you have a guess on the PlayStation 6 price? So that was another one of the news stories. Kepler, reliable hardware insider, he's saying that the PlayStation 6 currently on the sheet, like what it costs to make it, is going to be $760 per unit. He thinks they could subsidize that and sell it at $700. $900 for a PS5 Pro. I might have misspoke. I was reading. Sorry. The PS5 Pro is about to be $900. Yes. You might have missed that story on Friday, Soldier. It was a huge story. They're raising the price of all PlayStation models by $150. Digital, the base PS5, and the Pro are all going up. It's $900 for the Pro, starting on April the 2nd. It's still better than a $900 pre-built PC. Yeah, the dollars to performance is still incredibly good. You know, go buy a $900 PC, and and the Pro is still going to be, based on everything we've seen with prices and increasing and what it costs to build a PC now, yes, it's still a better deal, but it's an absurd ask. I think it's absurd to ask people for almost $1,000 for a console. Wonder what my streak would have been if things didn't happen. 18 months from Jake Breaks. Don't sweat it, Jake. We ain't worried about that anymore. How much? Depends on world events, I'd imagine. Yeah. Yeah, world events are going to cause, some of this stuff to not settle down. It seems like the AI stuff and the RAM stuff's already moving in a... It's not going to be quick. But I'm already seeing early signs of this AI RAM stuff's gonna turn. It can't continue. It's too expensive. The companies are bleeding. Also, I saw a report. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but I saw somebody claiming that a lot of the RAM orders from the one AI company, they weren't even real orders. They were like pledges. So it's like once that bubble bursts, gonna have an awful lot of RAM to sell. I'm having chess playing with 13 months over there on Purple. Thank you very much. Now SSDs are getting price hikes. Yeah, that's the next thing that's getting hit. But, again, it seems like there's already early signs of it's about to burst. And then some of the prices should come crashing back down. Hopefully. Can't do much about oil and gas and shipping and all that crap. That's not going to settle down anytime soon, unfortunately. Yeah, there's also a more efficient model. I saw that too, AD. I saw that Google came out with a more efficient model. It doesn't need as much RAM. Hellfire says, frick, and he uses his Prime Over there on Purple, we're officially 5 members away from the 50, where I owe you guys another member. I think I owe YouTube 1 right now. The PS5 Pro at US dollars 900 is still subsidized, meaning that the actual cost of production is likely on par with a similar performing PC. I don't understand what you just said. Are you saying that you think that the cost of production of the Pro is on par? Yeah, you need to rephrase what you're saying. I can't grasp what you're trying to say. The genius raising the price of the Pro to trigger FOMO on people and sell out of their current stock. I don't know if that's what... I wouldn't call that a genius play, brother. Driving demand of your product down is not good. Like, that was the thing I don't think people understood that I was trying to communicate on Friday. It was like, this is not something that they wanted to do. Like, they're damaging the demand of their own product. That's a bad thing. They're not like internal, like, yeah, this is great. Yay, 900 for the Pro. We just convinced a bunch of people to not buy PlayStations for the rest of the year if they can't get one before April 2nd. Dan with 55 months. Don't be like Jake. Keep on keeping on. Get a membership and keep it going. It's cheaper than 1 cup of coffee. And buy your coffee from Reforge. Thank you, Dan. And gets us to 46 over there on YouTube. And then Mr. Royal Duck jumps back in with the Member Plus. Thank you so much, Mr. Royal Duck. I appreciate that. My daughter has an AMD Ryzen 5600 GT6 core, 12. Okay. With no GPU card, I should be good. I bought it in 22. Okay. Basically, are you saying that the 900 price is still being subsidized? I don't know what he's saying. Yeah. If the price of Samsung fridges was about to jump, how many people here would even know? The people in the fridge live streams would, but not us. 48 months from Mr. Doe Devas. Always good to see you, Mr. Doe Devas. Thank you so much for 48 months. That's 4 years. And a single gift that comes in from Mr. Broken Earth. Thank you so much, Mr. Broken Earth. And a 5 bomb from Doe Devas. He does it every month. He's the stinking man. He renews his, and he gifts 5. Love that. Thank you so much, Mr. Doe Devas. And a single comes in from Broken Earth. We're officially a 20 bomb away from 75. It'd be the first 20 bomb of the week. Thank you, Haseo. It'll now be an Agent of Chaos 20 bomb. We'll see if anybody takes the bait. People are ignoring the price jumps everywhere. It's wild. Well, I mean, look, man. If the best way to make money is to rage against a company that your fans and your subs don't like, of course they're going to do that. They're going to act like PlayStation's the only one doing it. Most people are going to walk into Best Buy in 6 months, see the price, and have to figure out what they want to do. Well, this is true. What's the lowest price you can get one? I can't even think. The digital is like, is it $650? No, the digital $600. I think that's the best thing in their corner. Is that they can have a PS5 digital sitting on the shelf with a 5 at the start of the price. $599. Like, being able to have the PS5 digital in retail locations, in stores, and the price starts with a 5. That's like, that's still crazy expensive compared to $450. But again, like what Zubair is saying, if people aren't paying attention and they go to buy one this summer because they're seeing all the GTA 6 marketing, that $599 is going to be the entrance price. Like, everybody's going to be grabbing those digitals because, again, you're going to see the 5. You're going to be like, oh, it's $599. Let me grab one. Like, you're not going to be like, wait a minute, wasn't this $450 a little while ago? Like, unless you're super tuned into consoles and pricing and you've been watching it, the average consumer is probably going to be like, well, I want to play GTA 6. The only people left are the ones that were waiting for the thing to go down to $299 at that point. $2 super chat. Could the PS5 units sold over 100 million after GTA 6? I think they're going to hit 100 million before then. They're already past the 90 million mark. At the rate that the console sells, I think they'll hit 100 million before GTA 6 launches in November. I reserved to use PS5 on Friday at GameStop before the official announcement, and then after the official announcement, GameStop called me and said that the price had increased. I just told them to keep it. That's weird that they're already raising the price. It's not supposed to happen until the 2nd. It's weird that they wouldn't let you come in and buy it at the normal price that they had previously quoted you. Because when I went into trade, they were still charging the normal price for the base PS5 and the Pro. They just didn't have any Pros. This guy says, why is this peanut head still hating on Marathon? I think it's the first time anybody's ever called me that. Usually people talk about how large my head is. Like, I got a landing strip of a forehead. I don't know if I've ever been called a peanut head. Huh. I think that balances out all the insults about my large head. So I basically think that makes your insult a compliment. Melissa says, see my message. All right, let me check. GameStop employees on Friday were telling everyone to not buy a Pro. Clearly, they were trying to hold their stock. Oh, so that people could have to pay the $900. Huh. He got you. It's been a good run. Yeah. I mean, it was such a bad insult. It stun locked me. I was like, wait, what? A peanut head? I mean, I could be related to the burnt peanut. I don't know. We'd have to get a peanuternity test. A peanuternity test. A paternity. Okay, that's enough. I picked up a new Portal this weekend at GameStop, and the pre-owned ones were already more than the new ones. That doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't they wait until the second? That's weird. That is weird. I'm going to keep track of all my PC parts price in my area. Boo! Boo this man! I'm unsubscribing now. Oh, man. The troll is like, well, this all worked out in my favor. He made a really bad, corny dad joke, and now they're all unsubbing. It's all going according to plan. Check my last. All right, hang on, Joel. Sony sale in November will be the original MSRP. Maybe. Oh, GameStop's always been crooked. Halo, a long time no see. Hey, El Pastor Taco. I remember you. Didn't you? You watched on YouTube, though, I think. Yanadid coming in with 30 months. Says, recommendations were to get a Pro, assuming price was the same. Should I choose GameStop, Amazon, or Direct? Wherever you can get one. If you can get one at GameStop, do it because you might have stuff to trade in to lower the price. Thank you for 30 months, by the way, Yanadid. If you can get a PS5 Pro at GameStop, that's the best place to go because you can go trade stuff in. Like, do you have a PS4 sitting around? Do you have a base PS5 you want to get rid of? If you're going to trade in a base PS5, take the power cable, the HDMI, and a DualSense, and it'll maximize your trade-in value. If you don't have all those things, they'll give you less. If you don't have anything to trade, just go wherever you can get one. Like, I would just go wherever you can get one. $750 for the Pro is going to seem great in 3 days when it's $900. Sony can dictate the new PS5 prices, but they have no control over the secondhand market. That's true, Zubair. I just think it's weird that GameStop would actively diminish people wanting to buy. Like, let's say you're in the market for a PlayStation right now and you hear about the price increases and you come there and you're like, oh, they've got these used ones, but the price has gone up. Like, I don't understand what the business impetus would be for them to do that. Does that make sense? Like, why would they do it beforehand? I'm not saying they're not allowed to. I don't understand why GameStop would do it because they're used. Best Buy does trade as well. I went to their website, Amskin, and they were going to give me like $37 for my base PS5. I was like, $37? I could sell this on a street corner for more than that. What the frick? I was like, I'm not even going over there. If you need to trade in to buy the Pro, then they have a captive audience. Sure. Consider getting a third job, maybe. That's always an option. If you die, you go back to the start. Byron, I don't know what you're talking about, but I hate to break it to you. If you're talking about real life, then no, that's not true. Oh, in Sorrows. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, so yeah, Byron, I think if you die, you don't go, there's no respawns. I mean, one guy got to, but it took him 3 days. I mean, come on. Like, that's not, I wouldn't say that's a typical experience of a human being. So, that's kind of rare. They get the double dip. So you buy the new one, and then they get to sell the old one for the additional profit. Oh, that makes sense, Soldier. I didn't even think about that. Like, that makes more sense as to why they're doing it. They're like, well, we're going to get a bunch of people trading these in. So since a bunch of people are going to be trading them in, we might as well get our increased money on the used ones that we turn around and resell. Yeah. That makes sense. I called GameStop customer service about the increased price being for the official date. They said nothing that they could do. Right, because it's used. You know what I mean? It was a dad Easter joke. It was a dad Easter joke. It doesn't need to be an Easter joke. I mean, that's not the only time we can talk about, homie that got a second chance. You know what I'm saying? Okay, cool. I can finally see the back end on YouTube, and I was making sure, we weren't getting a ton of search volume from Crimson Desert or something, because I would be happy to talk about that if that's what was bringing people in. But we're largely getting people off of browse. So if I was on your homepage today and you came in, thanks for doing that. Make sure if you're subbed to the channel that your notifications are set to all. Also, consider coming into the Discord. Consider coming into the Discord if you're a member. We love the homie that got a second chance. This is true. Lono, when you get a chance, check to see if my Prime went through. It did not. You might have to refresh and celebrate it, Hollow Dan. I see that you now have a badge, but sometimes you have to refresh, and it'll give you the opportunity to celebrate your resub. Yes. That's too far. That's right. That's too far. Yeah. If you're questioning whether or not I'm related to the burnt peanut, we don't need to make pictures like this, boys. Like that is okay. Listen, the devil is real. We don't need to see him on a daily basis. Okay, this is horrific. All right, this is absolutely horrific. I think the most impressive thing is how it absolutely nailed the X-Men, except it put a diamond in between the X and the M instead of a square. It was so close to nailing it. It really was close. It's him. That's me. The peanut head that hates on Marathon. A guy came in and asked if this peanut head was still hating on Marathon, so we turned it into a whole bit. By the way, if you guys haven't hit the like button yet, go crazy on the like button. You guys did incredible. We're already over 400 likes, so get us to 500. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you guys so much for being here and supporting the channel with all of the things that you do. You hit the buttons, you do the things, and we greatly appreciate it. I'm waiting to sell my 3070 when GPU prices jack up even further. Burnt Peanut's hilarious. I haven't watched his live streams, but the clips are hilarious. Oh yeah. We love the Peanut here. I get to watch his clips. He's very funny. That's Lono with DLSS5. This is correct. Do y'all remember the X-Men cartoon theme song? That's right. Saturday mornings were amazing. Of course I know that song. Yo, Al Pastor Taco with 4 months says, we back, baby. Thank you so much. Bumping the line to 58. You guys missed the goal last week, so we didn't stream on Saturday. So there's going to be a lot to discuss on Saturday with Madam. And we'll see what we can make her play. I don't know if there's anything coming out this week, though. Are there any major releases this week? I think everything starts next week as far as game releases. Number one Marathon hater confirmed by Twitter. Kirk, what was remarkable to me, and I name dropped you this morning because I was trying to get clicks, and I was like, well, I bet you if I mention Kirk, that'll be a great. I'm just kidding. But I did. I mentioned you this morning. I was telling people, I said, Kirk's got 100 hours in the game, and he's offering feedback. I said, this clip goes a little viral for Ginger on Twitter. I said, go read all the comments from people. I said, the Toxic Defense Force for Marathon, they're the worst thing for the game. I said, Kirk's got 100 hours. I have 8 hours, and we're agreeing on things. that should tell you something. Like, somebody who put 100 hours in the game is getting, like, ripped to shreds by people who are like, I like the game, so you're just going to have to get good, you losers. And it's like, what the frick is going on? Like, what is going on? It's like anything you do, anything you say about that game is like a problem. Oh no, this week is Goat Simulator 3 on Switch. No. Darwin's Paradox comes out on April the 2nd. It's not getting great scores, like 70 something. That pretty much jives with what I was hearing about the demo, is that it's kind of rough and yet fun, but it's just not, it's just got some issues. Oh, Temtem Swarm comes out on the 2nd as well. I was like, the problem with the game is there's nothing to do but to get good. Response, get good. It's like they didn't listen. They're like, yeah, what a concept. You got to get good in a PvP game. And it's like, yeah. Here's what's really interesting. Even the people playing are playing less. We had a guy this morning, Kirk. He came in, he said, at 160 hours, he bailed because he was like, the best content and the best loot is so inaccessible. It's like the top 1% are going to get to enjoy it and nobody else will. So why am I playing? And he walked. He uninstalled the game. And I'm like, yeah, it's not a coincidence that Cryo Archive increased the decline of the game. It's not a coincidence. They've hit record lows. They haven't been this low. It was the lowest, not only weekend that they've had since launch, it was the lowest turnout they've had since launch. And it's all in the wake of Cryo Archive. The Defense Force, as you call them, are just high on the curve right now. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. They could come down on the other side and be like, wait, you guys are kind of right. There's not much to do. Also, they could come right off that curve on that first forced wipe. They might be like, yeah, you know, I thought this game was going to be great, and I was going to go the distance. And then they're going to change their dadgum mind. They're going to be like, yeah, I don't know if I want to do this all over again. Next week is Starfield and the Terran Armada on PS5. Let's see here. Samson is entering into early access next week on PC, right? On the 8th as well. The 9th, nothing. The 10th, nothing. Okay. Replace is on the 14th. Oh, we're so close to Replace coming out. Hades 2 on consoles, almost here. Apparently, I don't know if you guys saw this or not. This is important information. If you watch that trailer for Hades coming to console, it's been confirmed that she's only wearing a dish towel. So I think that's really important in the lore. So do with that what you must. Yeah, Mouse PI is on the 16th. Yep. It's a good month. And then we all know what's coming at the end of the month. Saros. April is here, boys. April is here. A lot of games. Good month. It's a good month for games. It's a good year for games, honestly. You know what's going to happen, right? They're going to get Crimson Desert running like perfectly on console, like the day before Sorrows comes out. I'm going to have to come back to that game later. Sorrows? No, not Sorrows. Saros. S-A-R-O-S. The spiritual sequel to Returnal, a PlayStation exclusive from Housemarque. It's going to hit hard. I'm telling you right now that they've got a banger on their hands. I mean, they had a banger. You know, Lego Batman's in May. They had a banger on their hands with. I can't get my dadgum glasses clean. I'm trying to talk. Glasses. They had a banger on their hands with Returnal. It just didn't get great treatment by the critics or the users because that third biome, it was a cliff. You know what I mean? Hey everyone. In the other dimension, there's a bunch of lies being told about me and memories are being altered. Also, my dogs are being actively controlled against my will a lot of the times. Okay. Listen, man. There's a subreddit called Took Too Much, and you're going to end up there today, all right? You're back? I'm back. I've been back on Twitch for a year. They gave me my account back last year in April. You just haven't seen me until now, and I'm glad to see you. Glasses are clean. It's your eyes. Oh, hang on. That's my mistake. I was doing it wrong. I do that all the time. Sorry about that. That's better. I fixed it. I had a smudge on my eyeball. Nintendo is giving $10 off digital to make them buy. I think that'll keep. Yeah, they're definitely, dude. They're definitely wanting you to buy digital. You need to spray Rendex on your eyes. Warhawk with 29 months. Good morning, sir. You got me to play Returnal. I'm loving it. I'm stuck on Biome 6. The big guys with the claws are difficult. Listen, let me tell you what to do against those big guys, okay? You're going to want to write this down. Get yourself a pen and a paper, okay? Stop sucking. No, I'm just kidding. Pause. Actually, you don't want to say that. Hang on a second. Let's go back. Let's try this again. So what you want to do against the big guys, no, this is actual serious advice this time, is get good. And the way you get good, you got to circle fight them. You got to run in a circle. That's one of the best ways to keep distance. And you want to dodge late on their red arrows that track. If you dodge too early, they're just going to turn and get you anyway. And then when they hit you, you get a malfunction. They are D-holes. Also, when they do their claw swipe, the two things I think that most people do in that game is they just dodge too early. Because the arrows are coming and they're tracking, so you want to dodge a little bit late. And then the claw swipe, you want to dodge a little bit late. If you dodge too early, he's just going to get you anyway. So, also, do not be afraid to constantly use the grappling hook in the fight. Just like grab the grapple ball and launch yourself to the other side of the room. Just keep doing that. The minute he starts moving toward you again, just do it again. Just launch yourself to the other side of the room. I believe while you're grappling, you're invincible. Coming in and out of it, you're gonna, you're potentially gonna take some damage, but that's a great way to fight. That's a great way to fight those guys. They're usually in a room, especially if you do the challenge room where you have to like shoot the bug off the door or the alien or whatever it is. Usually that's a room with grapples, and you want to use those grapples to constantly be on the move. Repositioning is one of the best ways to survive against challenging enemies in Returnal. If you get lead-footed and you just kind of stand there, they're going to get you. They're going to pen you in. You're going to get stuck on a corner or something, or you're going to go to dash and hit a wall. So constantly repositioning against those guys is, I think, key. Also, don't be bad and be good, and, quit being a trash player. I mean, that's pretty... That pretty much goes without saying, stop being trash, If you guys haven't hit the like button on YouTube, do me a quick favor. Double check that you've hit it. Let's try to get to 500. I'm even going to check and make sure that I've done it. Boom. There. I did it. Get it. Get it, boys. If you guys haven't watched my latest video, also check it out. It says, Bungie, the end or a new beginning. And then it says, Destiny is the only thing that can save Bungie. Why does that thumbnail look so blurry? Is that YouTube messing up, or did we upload a weird version of the thumbnail? No, yeah, there's something wrong with that thumbnail. Like, the red box has got, like, all these artifacts in it. What the frick? What did we do? Why is it doing that? Look, y'all. Look. Is YouTube doing that, or is that our thumbnail? Does it look like that on mobile as well? Or do I need to spray Windex in my eyes again? It looks okay on mobile? Huh. That's weird. Yeah, it does look better on mobile. I wonder if YouTube's doing something to thumbnails. That doesn't look right. A $5 super chat from Neo Reaper. With the Destiny 2 delay to June and the rumored higher ups leaving this summer, there's no way that's a coincidence, right? You know what's funny is when Joker pointed that out when I was on the podcast with him and Ginger and Kirk. When Joker pointed that out, that was like the first time I thought, wait a minute, is this the end? Like, is the whole thing, is the whole edifice about to come crashing down? I just don't know. I don't know. It's like, it could mean anything. It looks good on mobile. Okay, it must be something to do with the browser or something. I don't know. I don't know why it looks like that. It's weird. When the PS6 comes out, I think they will discontinue the Pro. Don't spray Windex in your eyes. That's stupid. Use isopropyl alcohol, huh? YouTube's been glitchy all over the weekend. I've seen a couple of thumbnails just glitching between the thumbnail and the video preview. Yeah, this morning, too, something was off. Like, my view count said that, like, 5 people were watching, and we had, like, 150 likes. It was really, really weird. So they've definitely been having some issues. Sometimes I think they're, like, rolling out updates, and it just breaks stuff. So, all the red is broken on desktop. Oh, yeah, it's doing it to all my thumbnails. They must be doing something. Huh. 5 years ago today, Sony announced they would be shutting down both the PS3 and the PS Vita stores. Thankfully, due to massive fan backlash, they reversed the decision and both stores still remain open to today. When do you think they will get shut down? I have no idea. Is Joker Quinn the Joker that roasts Bungie on YouTube? No, different Joker, but I was on a podcast with that Joker that roasts Bungie on YouTube. Different Joker. Different Abby. Basically, all their decisions the last 3 or so years communicate an end to the Destiny franchise. Well, and I argue in my video that we uploaded last night that that's the only thing that can save them. How else do you justify an 800-person studio? They've got to be working on something of significance. They can't be riding off the fumes of Destiny 2 and Marathon. There's no way Marathon's generating good revenue for them. There's just no way. It's on it. It's already on. It's in the death throes. It's like they haven't even hit a floor of players yet. Imagine trying to play Marathon if the decline continues, which it hasn't stopped. Imagine trying to play Marathon in 2 weeks on console if you're in like a off-peak hours or like a smaller region. Wasn't there something like 70% were former D2 players? I didn't see a report talking about the players being 70%. The report was that 70% of the purchases were on Steam. That's where the bulk of the players are. So if this is where the bulk of the players are, and that's your chart of decline, and it's gotten lower and lower and lower. They just hit record lows over the weekend. Is the second weekend of the Cryo Archive, and they hit record lows on Steam. That means Xbox and PlayStation are even worse. There's no other conclusion to come to. The game's not in a good spot. They can have a patch blog update that says they look forward to updating the game for years to come. That doesn't frickin' matter. If you don't have anybody playing, like, what difference does it make? That's the point that I keep coming back to. It's like I don't know what to say other than this is headed in a direction of catastrophe. A live service game doesn't work without players. They didn't need to have a plan if their money is secure. You need to elaborate on what you mean by money being secure. If all these guys are leaving, do they even have a plan after summer? I just don't know. The only thing I could think right now is the publishing deal with PlayStation has been signed. And that publishing deal is contingent upon leadership leaving. I wonder if they've even negotiated a deal, like a good smooth handoff. Like, we know that you guys are going to leave, so why don't we make this a smooth transition? Let's get some people ready to replace you. Let's get this thing ready to go, and then they turn up the heat, and then June hits, they give Destiny 2 its last hurrah, and then they get to work on Destiny 3. If they're not doing that, then they're shutting the studio down in June. I'm not dooming. I mean it. It's like, if you're not doing that, then you're shutting the studio down. There's what else are you going to do with all those people? The company right now has to be operating in the red. It has to be. They're too big. They don't. Dude, there's no way. The numbers on Marathon are terrible. They're terrible. You can plug your ears and not come to streams where I talk about Marathon or attack people on Twitter for posting Steam charts all you want. That's not putting money in the bank. It's not putting players in the player pool. It's not selling microtransactions. I wouldn't be surprised if the conversion rate of microtransactions is poor too, which is exactly what I said would happen. I was like, how do you sell skins in a game where it's not you, it's not your character that you're customizing? They're basically selling shaders. Like, did you look at the skins in the game? They're shaders. It just changes the color of the person. I believe they are shutting it down. Sony, that is. If they would shut down Blue Point. Yeah, but Blue Point was a lot smaller and didn't have the size, the infrastructure, the institutional knowledge. I can't imagine shutting down Bungie. I can't imagine. What do you think a publishing deal would cost? What do you think a publishing deal would cost to build Destiny for the next 4 years? What? 200 to 300 million? 100 million a year roughly? Where do we think it would last? So you spend 3-something billion. If you think you can get your worth out of the company and get return by entering a publishing deal of, $200 to $300 million, at this point you might, because of the sunk cost of already owning the company. They already took a $200 million valuation loss on Bungie already. So at that point, they either say, all right, shut them down, which means they get no return, or you do a publishing deal, you throw another 200 to 300 million at the company, and you say, let's build a frickin' game. This isn't Blue Point we're talking about. This isn't like a 20-person team they spun up for Jason Blundell. This is a legacy studio with 800 employees. It's going to be really interesting, too, if things go bad for Marathon after all the assurances were made from players in this blog post, and then we're going to have to hear from people that it died because people hated on it. I can't wait for that narrative talking point, too, by the way. It'll be our fault because we hated on it. And you know what I'm going to say? No. The worst thing for the game was the toxic defense force. You were the reason that the game struggled and never really was able to shake the shackles of being unlikable and unwelcoming. You guys took that on as an identity. My favorite thing is when people go, see, they aren't closing down. Well, yeah, for now. We heard this all. We've heard this song and dance before. The company will say, yeah, we probably got 8 months to go. That's the thing that's crazy. Justin Truman admitted to the public that they were internally facing catastrophic player loss, and they were not letting the public know. They had patch notes and updates and future forecasted plans, and internally Bungie's we're about to frickin' die. This is the road to Forsaken, by the way. Go watch his presentation. They were headed to catastrophic player loss, and that nobody in the public knew. We didn't know. We knew morale was low. I covered the game full time back then. The road to Forsaken, none of us were yo, game's about to die, bro. None of us said that. We were it's bad. Numbers aren't good. They need to turn it around. They need a big DLC. We didn't know internally that they were basically yeah, all hands on deck, or we're basically going to shut our doors. X-Defiant said that crap 2 weeks before they closed the game. Yeah. X-Defiant was there we're fine. Everything's fine. And then 2 weeks later, they closed the game down. Highguard was we don't need lots of players. Concord was we have years of content plans. And then all those games, Thanos snapped out of existence. Gone. Reduced to atoms. And you're no. Marathon's the exception to everything we know about live service. This player count could get down to 5 people, and you'd have people saying, I'm still having fun. Me and my 4 kids are playing. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy to me. It's crazy. This is what's really interesting, too. I really do feel like times have changed. Because when I covered Destiny, and Destiny got to record lows, and we would talk about those record lows, you know what never happened? People never did this. La 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 la. No, no. They never did that. It's really weird. You know what I mean? It's really weird. It's well, we did this with Destiny. We would look at the player numbers and be man, things are low. Oh, wow, people don't really like Gambit. Oh, wow, more people are playing PvE. Oh, wow, PvP's in a bad spot right now. Wow, they're bleeding players in PvP. We constantly did this with Destiny. It was Gandalf says, with Marathon, it's season 2 or 3 that will define it. I've been consistent. They can't change mid-season. Is that supposed to have 2 can'ts? They can't change mid-season. What they do in those seasons will be defining because the game is good. Getting folks to understand it and feel the hook those of us have is pivotal. Lego Batman's my game of the year market. Here's the thing though, Gandalf. Like, I don't, what do you suggest? And props to anybody who's enjoying Marathon who actually will show up to a damn show where I talk about it. Seriously. All you Bungie boys, man, frick y'all, dude. Frick y'all. Y'all leave and won't hang out when we talk Marathon. Man, frick y'all. I covered Destiny for 5 years, and we covered every trench, every low point, and we stuck it out. And now I talk Marathon. Y'all turn, tuck tail, and run. You don't want to be here. What do you suggest, Gandalf? If you're actually here in a show about Marathon and you don't leave like all these other people, what are you going to do to get people in and get them to see the hook? What are you going to do? I don't even have ideas anymore. All of my suggestions, I'm like, the inertia is going in the wrong direction. I'm like, I don't know what you're going to do. I'm here. How do you suggest season 2 and 3 pull that off, homie? Cryo Archive just brought the game to to record lows. So what's a new season going to do? I just play the game. If you play the game, enjoy it, and you still show up for the content, then I love you. Like, but the people that are like, I won't come to a show if he's talking about Marathon. Man, frick y'all, dude. I covered Destiny 2 for 5 years through hell or high water, and we rode that train. Low numbers, bad morale, and we just stayed in the trenches. Now all of a sudden, Marathon, it's like it ruffles feathers. People don't want to hear me talk about it because I don't even understand it. It's weird. They need a proper PvE tutorial. This is the ultimate dilemma now, Gandalf, and you guys that play the game could speak to this, right? The convo around the game isn't fun. Okay, fair. I can't judge you on your preferences, all right? But show up and make it fun. Show up and make suggestions. Like, I have a question for you guys that are playing, and you still like it and you're sticking it out. This is the concern I have now. Any changes they make that are seen as an effort to get PvE or casuals in is going to ruffle the feathers of the people that are actually still playing. Like, you have a core that'll dwindle even faster if they even try to move towards those people. I feel like they're in a lose-lose situation. Like, the minute they try to reach across the aisle to say, hey, PvE boys, hey, casual players, we're trying to kind of give you an on-ramp. We're trying to make the game more approachable. I feel like they're going to lose the people that are like, no, that's what defines the game. Being unwelcoming and punishing. It's like people are clutching to the mast of the ship, and they just, as it sinks beneath the waters, they're like, don't change a thing. Don't bail any water out, and don't try and get more players in here. I think that's what Ranked and Cryo is for. Make the game more accessible at the ground floor. So you think that's what they're going to do. You think Cryo and Ranked are meant to be like, this is the hardcore, and they'll make everything beneath that more accessible. I suggested something kind of like that, so maybe we're on the same page. I still feel like it's a catch-22. Like, they do that, and they're going to piss off their loyalists. They're going to be like, you're just making the game easy for the little baby casuals and the PvE players. And they'll be mad. Hilly says, I've enjoyed the conversations around Halo Infinite more than the game. The convo isn't fun when it's something I like and it's doing bad. Well, reality sucks, says Wheezy. Give it 2 weeks and a lot of people are going to be skill creeped out. It's going to be hilarious. Season 2 will launch, wipe gear, and Bungie will think, hey, new players will come and play and start fresh against the seasoned vets. Yeah, they're going to just get slaughtered. Creature says, their pinnacle content, the thing that they spent all their time and money on, the thing that they said would define the game, has flattened the game's tires. How do you move on from that? Gandalf says, teach the mechanics of the abilities, how to engage, the consumables, give the onboard fills, gear to green loot, replayable, but you want the good stuff, you do the game. As a non-PvP person, the rewards are better than the lows. I think what Creature just said is so pivotal, and I think we need to go back. Do you remember what... this is so funny, because now everything's coming back to me. When we covered the game last year, do you remember all of what the people said and what Bungie said about the cryo map, the map we hadn't seen yet? They said, and this is what drove me nuts at the time, they said, that's the map that's going to completely define the game and change people's opinions. And at the time, I was so frustrated. I'm like, but you haven't built it yet. They admitted it hadn't even been built yet. Like they were working on it. And they were convinced it would be the turning point of the game. And to what Creature just said, the pinnacle thing that was supposed to be the defining crown jewel that was going to ding, plant itself in the game and make everything shine brightly. Like he said, it's flat in the game's tires. Cryo Archive came out and everyone's like, yeah, I'm done. I don't know how to change it. That's Bungie's job. If it goes away, it'll be unfortunate. Might have to find a new hobby because of gaming Discord. Maybe I'll buy new guitars. Yeah, but the gaming discourse being negative about something that you like I liked Destiny, and there were times where everything that we really had to talk about was negative, and we just made the best of it. We just wrote it out. Yeah, don't review our game until after Cryo releases. If everything else is more accessible, then make ranked available all the time so pub lobbies aren't stacked. What's interesting to me, too, is they asked review outlets to not review the game until Cryo releases. The outlets that are giving it a 9 or an 8.5, have they actually beat Cryo and got loot? Because I'd be really interested to see, is that what really made them... cross that threshold of it's a 9 out of 10 game. That's a high score. Gajira says, I suggest that they should make the first 3 maps have PvE option. That way people can get the story and the lore that is there. Cap the loot level possible to obtain to blue and under. I'd also cap the loot that is able to be brought into PvP on the earlier maps. Don't allow purple and up on the first map. That could help. The problem is, Gojira, is how do you do that and then also get a spark, a spark of inertia and momentum to get people in? I just don't know if that's enough. Taco disagrees with Kirk and says season wipes need to be mandatory. Marathon's too hardcore and the wipes are for new player entry points. I don't know, Taco. I think the minute you do mandatory wipes and you're already on a downward trajectory, I just think you're going to shove people out. Gaming discourse has always been here. I'll admit it hasn't always been so soft, but it's always been here, says Creature. You just laugh it off, make the best of it, and hope it turns out if you like it. Wipes is how you bring new people back. Belono, they were right. It was the turning point. The nosedive was the turning point. Stop. Cryo's the best multiplayer map I've ever played. Outpost is really, really good, and Cryo has completely overshadowed it. When Outpost released 48 hours after launch, we all lost our minds in a good way. It's so intricate. Then Cryo deflated us. Huh. That's really, really weird. As a social experiment, the whole thing has just been very, very bizarre. Just cap early faction upgrades to be to less violent lobbies. Lower the amount of teams and have them set for early onboarding. Let those early faction capstones just bring them into the wider. What's interesting about all of this, and this is another challenge that I think they're facing, is you guys are making the criticisms and feedback and advice from within the game, and you understand the game, and you speak its language. And I think lots of other people are just I'm just not interested. It just was so off-putting from jump that they're just not interested. You lost the public last year. I think that set the trajectory for this game. Like I said last year, I got a bunch of hate, but I was like, this is just a recipe for failure. It's a recipe for failure. It's a $40 niche title. You're setting this game up to fail. I argued this last year, and I got so much ridicule from the Bungie guys. And it's boy, oh boy, it's got a stick in your craw that Lono, of all people, shot his shot again and seemingly nailed a bullseye. Like, yeah, there's just no way. There's nothing for it. There's no way you can hit the momentum needed for a live service game with this recipe. Only way to get people in is you put it on PlayStation Extra, Game Pass for Season 2, and split the player queues by level. My casual friends yearn for wipes. My hardcore friends in Marathon don't care about wipes. They play the game because the gameplay is sticky AF. Best feeling FPS in the market. Weezy says they tried to set themselves as a niche title that was only for the hardcores. It's performing as a niche title. You got your wish on the monkey paw. Pretty much. Tribal Chief says maybe people are just tired of live service and having to continuously play. And no joke, Hunter's Gathering might surprise everyone and be better than everyone thinks. Did two different people write your comment? What the frick? Huh? Listen, man. Multiple personalities is not a joking matter. Like, I don't know what it is you're trying to say, but that feels like a self-contradicting sentence. Free to play won't help. People who paid for the game are bouncing off of it. Free players will bounce off even faster. Yeah, like when this is your trajectory of people who bought the game, I don't know. I don't know what you can do. I don't. When we were here, you see right here, you see, so this is release, and this is 1 week later, and it dropped that fast. I tried to tell people, I was like, this is not the trajectory you want to see 1 week in. Goodness gracious. Like, you got to act fast. Something needs to change. And people kept saying, cryo, cryo, cryo. Cryo's going to blow people's minds. And then this right here, this Monday, the 16th, this is the lead up to cryo. Just a continued decline, slight bump from cryo, and then the speed of Exodus continues. If anything, looks like it's been speeding up. The server slam numbers say otherwise. Financial barrier of entry is a real thing. Yeah, but Kirk, what Creature's saying is that people will bounce off the game even if you make it free to play, because they did in the server slam. If you look at the numbers of the Steam charts for the server slam, it was the exact same. It was big and then just immediate. It was like a freaking roller coaster. It was like, yeah, and then boom, and then just never went back up. The foundation is there. Add a PvE mode or integrate so people are incentivized to go into PvP at this point. Make the casuals happy. The game is so saucy, get more people in. I worry, dudeness, that at this point, the writing's just on the wall because of what happened last year. I wonder if this has more to do with Bungie than Marathon. Like, are we trying to solve a problem that's unsolvable? Is it like Bungie's just standing behind the game giving everybody the creeps? They're blocking the door. No, they're blocking the exit. No, but like, you see what I'm saying? Like just 15 hours ago, this was posted on the Marathon subreddit. Queue times are getting out of hand. Pre-ordered and love the game. I play or should on SA server, but recently I've been getting NA servers games, maybe due to low player count in SA, South America versus North America. And the ping sucks. Some people don't use VoIP, and some who use it are that. I'm waiting 3 minutes at least to find a match with high ping. I'm losing hope, boys. I told you this Friday. I said the smaller regions or non-United States regions are already struggling. Looks like that hold at 48 hours is Outpost. Again, they need to emphasize middle tier content more. It's not that the map isn't still hard, intricate, and fun. It's just cryo light, which is great. Nut Sock says, I have this problem in North America at late night, early morning, because you're playing during off-peak hours. I mean, if you go if you look at the last 48 hours, like imagine trying to play when there's like 11,000 people on. Like if crossplay gets disabled, right? If a lot of PlayStation boys and Xbox boys have turned off crossplay, you know, that's a pretty small player pool to try to find a match with. 11,000. I mean, again, they hit the lowest. They've hit every weekend basically has been the lowest. It's just lower. So it's like eventually what's going to happen? You're going to be trying to matchmake with 6,000 people? What was that name? Nut Sock. Well, you guys don't put your nuts in a sock? What are you talking about? That's like a totally normal thing. Like, why would you be surprised at his name? Nutsock says, I saw the same players in multiple lobbies. I'm telling you, man, what that does is, and we talked about this before, there's a compounding effect. When your player numbers start to get very low, the exodus speeds up because your buddies aren't playing. The matchmaking takes too long. The match integrity goes down. It gets laggy. Like imagine being that guy who just wrote on the subreddit, waiting 3 minutes to get into a laggy match. Who the frick's going to keep doing that? You can't. Now it's like you can't even enjoy the game. You're having something disrupt your enjoyment. And then you stop playing. And then the more people stop playing, the more people stop playing. It compounds on itself. No, I did not end up getting a PS5 Pro. All the GameStops were sold out. Within a day, you couldn't get them. What do you think should happen? At this point, I've offered all the suggestions I can. I think you need to offer the entire game PvE only. I think you need to be able to shut it off entirely. And then, if that doesn't boost sales and create a surge of interest, you got to try free to play. I'm telling you, it's when the boat's sinking like that, you got to try everything you can. You've literally, desperate times call for desperate measures. The game is headed to where it won't work. No one's being hateful or unkind right now. This isn't hate. The numbers are trending in a direction where the game won't work. Like, you won't be able to play it during off-peak hours. You won't be able to play it in regions outside of the United States. Like, unless you want to have a bad experience and wait 3 minutes to get into a game and then have it be laggy. They may have to take the option away to disable crossplay. Yeah, that's another just desperate decision that'll tick people off. If you update the game and people cannot turn off crossplay, they're out. They'll leave. They're like, I'm good. Foamstar is still alive and active. Yeah, but I would imagine the operational budget and the team working on Foamstars is so small that it doesn't matter. It probably doesn't matter. Like, you know what I mean? And the number of people playing Foamstars and buying cosmetics or whatever, like, small games and small teams can get away with stuff. Active is a way to phrase it. Right, like, just because it's still active and the servers are on. People forget that Fortnite started as a PvE paid game and then pivoted to a side mode free-to-play battle royale. Sometimes you got to pivot to survive. Oh, and here's my pushback on the people. I just thought of this. If you're going to say that forced wipes are required so like new players can come back in, that's not necessary if there's an option to play PvE. Oh, they closed that? I don't know if they closed it or not. I don't know. But if you give the PvE only option, then random question, how is Ghost of Yotei on the Pro? It is absolutely stunning. It's gorgeous, especially with the new PSSR update. It cleans up the foliage. It just looks it's just such a pretty game, dude. Late to the party, is Crimson Desert fixed? It runs significantly better on console. It still has pretty significant stutters and frame drops in town around a lot of NPCs, but it has certainly moved in a good direction. It's much better. They hit a record player count on Steam over the weekend. The numbers went higher. Like they're having like a little bit of a 2.0 moment already. That's not quite there yet. For me, I don't think it's quite 2.0, but they have done really good work in 2 weeks' time. They really have. If Marathon was a PlayStation exclusive, it would be thriving right now. What? That doesn't make an ounce of sense. Why would it be thriving with less players? 70% of the people who bought it on Steam. So you think it would be thriving with 70% less people playing? What kind of logic got you to that conclusion? What? Why does Breath of the Wild get love but Crimson Desert gets hate? Both had meh stories. We got two guys in chat just competing for the most dizzying logic. Oh my gosh. Why did the Game of the Year Zelda not get the hate that Crimson Desert's getting? I told you they would do this. The Crimson Desert guys are so weird. They're a special bunch, dude. They're a special bunch. You know? They're like, we have to outdo the Marathon Defense Force. It's like we're having a competition for who can be the most touched player base. It's like, hey, we're going to outdumb your dumb over there. Oh, golly. It's true, though. Breath of the Wild had no story. Okay, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Breath of the Wild was a generational game with respect to like open world exploratory purpose. I don't know how they got it to run on that 2017 week Switch 1. And Zelda's story is always the same. And people are okay because it's Zelda. Pick a Zelda, any Zelda. Do you know what you do? Link wakes up, someone's talking to him, Zelda needs help. Go fight Big Bad, rescue and save Zelda. Just pick a Zelda, that's the game. When you have an entire franchise of greatness, you can kind of get away with that. Like the original Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, right? Like Wind Waker, you know what I'm saying? They've kind of earned the right to be like, we don't really need to do anything with the story. Link's going to wake up and have to do stuff to save Zelda. Go have fun. And then the rest of the game is what people praised. Did anybody give it a Game of the Year nomination or a review? Because they were like, it was amazing, dude. Link said nothing again. Oh. Like, nobody did that. Nobody did that. They were like, yeah, it's amazing. It's a generation-defining game. It's like that era of time's Elden Ring. Highlanders Grim with 5 months. Thank you so much. Let me add it to the total. We're sitting at 60 on the week. I've been playing Zelda games for 30 years. You just ruined Zelda games for me. It's the same story every time. Link wakes up, somebody's talking to him, whether it's a fairy or Zelda or both, and then he's got to go get stuff to stop the big bad and rescue Zelda. He'll probably get a sword, a shield, and a bomb at some point. You know? Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Like, what are we doing? To be fair, Link is a silent protagonist story versus Cliff, who is not a silent protagonist story. Very different aspect. Holy moly, I think you're right. I thought Link's Awakening was the only game where he wakes up. Now, I'm pretty sure that's like literally how like every game starts. Like he just wakes up. I don't think you wake up in the original Zelda. I think you're just standing there, and you go into the cave, and the old man's like, "It's dangerous to go alone." Like I don't think there's like a moment where you wake up. Didn't it run on the Wii U? Yeah, it was a cross-gen title. Don't forget bow and arrows. Can't forget the bow and arrows, dude. Can't forget the bow and arrows. What are you talking about? I need a quick break. Keep it going. We need 30 more likes. Go crazy on the like count. Give me a quick second. Ugh. I'm back. Hidden Series says, you can't tell me that Crimson Desert isn't also for children. Looking at comments from the Defense Force. Oh, stop it. It's... I mean, there are people that are, super, super over the moon about Crimson Desert. Like Synth Potato, I just saw one of his tweets, and he was basically like, he thinks it's like one of the best open worlds, rivaling like Red Dead and Breath of the Wild. Like, people really like it. And if it wouldn't have been such a terrible launch, maybe I'd be in there with them saying the same thing. Zelda's not really for kids. No, it really isn't. My son has played Breath of the Wild numerous times, and within 2 or 3 hours, he's done. It's just too much. It's just a huge, huge game, and it's actually kind of tough. Like, you're not going to breeze your way through that game. You'll encounter a couple enemies that'll just wipe the floor with you. Ralph said it's the closest we've gotten to Skyrim since Skyrim. There you go. There you go. Like I said, there are the people that get across that, they get across the struggles, the frustrations, and everything else. I think they're enjoying it. It's the issue. The issue is always going to come down to how much can you eat around, right? Are you able to be like, yeah, the controls, the story, the blah, blah, blah. Like, if you can eat around that stuff, the people that are on that other side, like they've kind of crossed that threshold, they can't stop playing. People kept telling me to watch LD's video, Legendary Drops. In the opening of the video, I watched Asmongold react to it for a little bit. I didn't get to watch the full thing. But he's like, I've never played a game that I've rage quit this many times. I'm paraphrasing. But LD was like, I've gotten to so many points where I'm so fed up and I'm so annoyed, and I throw the controller down. I'm like, I'm done. And Asmongold was like, yep, same. Like, they were both in agreement that, like, it's an amazing game, but it's also so bad. Do you know what I'm saying? To me, it's super, super interesting that, like, that's a consensus from people that are loving the game. Like, and I actually appreciate the candor. It's like, they're not being Defense Force. They're not acting like it's immaculate. Yeah, that's why it got a 7. That's why it doesn't have a super strong score. Because even dudes that are absolutely loving it are like, this game gets me so twisted up and frustrated that I rage quit and then come back the next day. I'm too old and tired for games that take that long to get into. If I'm not into a game within 2 hours, I'm done. I think a lot of people are in that boat. And it's fair. You don't have limitless time. Like, I talked about that when, like, Jake Baldino said that he disliked the first 8 hours. Right? He disliked the first 8 hours. And it's like, the average person's not going to do that. The average person's not going to just keep going for 8 hours if they're disliking something. They're going to hang it up and be like, I don't want to play this. Main story is not so bad yet. Just did the Devil in the Reeds Fields fight. The boss had its own origin. Gene Park said on Twitter that after 80 hours, he's finally liking the story. After 80 hours... After 80 hours, he's like, I finally get it. It's awesome. I can't wait for the next thing to happen. 80 hours. Homie's put in like MMO numbers. And he's like, okay, now it's getting good, boys. That's like watching, 7 seasons of a show and being like, I now am starting to care about the characters. Siege Master says, dear Lord. Yeah. Gene Park has been very, very transparent and honest about his experience. Like, he's been critical, but he's another player that, like, he can't stop playing. He can't stop playing. A lot of that is just exploring. It doesn't take long to get into the story. Tailor-made, that's probably fair pushback on what Gene is saying. Like, I don't think Gene is saying if you straight line the story, it takes 80 hours to get good. I think he has been doing all the other stuff. You're probably correct that he wasn't really straight lining the story. So it's not 80 hours of story and then it gets good. It's that he's been in the world that long, and all along the way he's been like, this story's kind of stupid. And now he's like, oh wait, no, the story's starting to get good. I think that is one of the cool parts about reviewing games, is that you play long enough and engage with the systems enough to give a game a fair shake. Typically, you end up finding a game's strengths. Ko's saying that the same thing. The deeper he goes, the better the story gets. That's so funny. That is just so funny. To be to be that, you know what I mean? Be like, yeah, dude, you just keep going, man. You just keep going. It's like, okay. I knew it was going to be a polarizing game when we saw some reviewers. Like, I don't feel like Jake Baldino is negative at all. I don't feel like ACG is negative, and they were very torn. You know, when someone who tends to be more positive is like, dude, they're like, it took me, they're like, it took me 8 hours. I disliked it for 8 hours. I'm like, oh, wow. That is a tall order. That's a lot of dislike. That's the other interesting thing too, Kirk, is it's not like it took them 8 hours to understand the systems and give it a fair shake. It's that some of them were saying like they actively didn't enjoy it for those hours. They were not enjoying the game. Like, that's, I think, a completely valid criticism, to be like, man, oh man, I want to be able to enjoy what's going on. I mean, imagine reading a book and it's like 100 chapters across, 10 different books. And the first book you're just reading, it's just terrible. You're like, this is just awful. And it's just not, it's poorly written and it's all over the place. Even the editing's not good. And then you're like, well, wait. But if you keep going, it gets good. It's like, oh, all right. I struggle with this too, with games where if I'm having a bad time in the first couple of hours, yeah, I'm going to be very prone to put it down, because you have to think about what's going on. I'm gambling with my time, and I don't have endless time. I'm a very busy dad, and there's other games I could be playing. So every hour spent in a game not having fun is an hour I could be spending in another game where I am having fun. Like, I don't know if the gamble's going to pay off. Don't have fun for 3 hours, then the fun really starts to hit, and it's like, but it might not. I can go play something right now where I'm pretty sure I'm going to like it. Do you know what I mean? Some shows have a rough season 1. Yeah, usually with shows, I'm a little more forgiving of the very first episode because you're probably dealing with the pilot. So I'm a little bit more forgiving of that. And then I am a little bit more like, okay, if season 1's kind of slow. Like lately, if I'm watching a show and one of the main things people complain about is that it's slow, I'm like, okay, that's probably okay though, because you're establishing characters. I think that was one of the main criticisms. I was like, Punisher season 1, I think people just thought it was too slow, and I was like, no, I loved it. Sounds like Mistborn. I've not read Mistborn. I'm in his other series. I'm in Stormlight Archives. Do you think D3 is on talks right now inside Bungie headquarters? I really do feel, and I don't feel like I'm trotting out a false dichotomy, I feel like they've internally decided to either enter a publishing deal and make Destiny 3, or they're closing their doors after the summer. I don't know if there's much room for anything else. Maybe not closing their doors. Maybe there's a third option. They trim down to a much smaller studio. I just don't. I don't see a way for them to be living off of revenue from Destiny 2 and Marathon right now. They need funding. They need something to justify their existence, and it can't be Destiny 2 and Marathon. They're not making enough money. Credible sources close to Square Enix have revealed that the reason for the silence over Kingdom Hearts 4 is due to the developers having to redo most of the game's design entirely. The worlds will now be based on Disney's live-action remake series at the company's request. Oh my gosh. Like, I feel like Disney actively tries to be stupid with gaming. Like, it's like they're trying to be stupid. That's fine. Your live action movies make a ton of money. It's fine. Go ahead. They make a ton of money. Why would you do that? Why would you be like, no, we got to restart the whole thing. We need to be based off of the live action remakes that we're making. Like, what? I don't know if The Lion King made a lot of money. Most of the live action movies have made a lot of money. Like, I think we all hate them and bash on them, but I'm fairly certain they've made good money. They wouldn't keep doing them if they didn't. That'd be really weird. I don't know what the Lion King ones did, but I don't know. I feel like that Moana movie is going to make a ton of money. The thing is, you need to approach it like a sandbox like Zelda Breath of the Wild and consider the story as an added feature. Crimson Desert is like the opposite of Starfield with a narrative, which is a narrative RPG first, sandbox second. Lion King 2019 made $1.9 billion worldwide. I don't even know in movie terms is that good or not. I don't know. Does Disney own full rights to the game? Well, it's not that I don't know if they own full rights, but you're using all their property, so they're going to have a large say in what happens. Yeah, Snow White bombed. I'm pretty sure the rest of the live action Disney movies have done very well. Haven't they? Disney's live action remakes are generally highly profitable, with many grossing over $1 billion worldwide, driven by nostalgia, brand familiarity, and family audiences. While massive successes like The Lion King and Beauty and the Beast thrived, recent entries have seen mixed results, with some, like the Snow White, facing significant box office losses. Yeah, I mean, they lost a ton of money on that, and a lot of that was self-inflicted. Most of the live-action ones, I feel like, have done well. That's why they're continuing to do it. They know they can make a ton of money. Like, again, I think Moana is going to make a ton of money for them. But if they're making Kingdom Hearts basically start over because they want Kingdom Hearts to be based off of, like, the live-action environments, that is so stupid. Beauty and the Beast is actually a good live-action remake. I mean, it's got Emma Watson in it. So, no complaints. Making nearly $2 billion is very good. Only like 6 or 7 movies in history have grossed over $2 billion. Yeah. Colin Moriarty says, addicted to Returnal again. I said, that's my secret, Colin. I'm always addicted to Returnal. It's such a good game. Emma Watson was an excellent choice for Belle. She really was. She really was. She did a great job. She looked the part. You see the wig they put on The Rock? It looks pretty bad, doesn't it? But you got to remember, kids don't care. They don't freaking care. Yeah, did the Jungle Book one do good? It looked weird. I agree. That was weird. Wasn't Bill Murray the voice of King Louis? Was it Bill Murray? The rule of thumb is you want to ideally make 2 to 3 times of what the budget is. So if the budget's $300 million, the film needs to gross somewhere to $700 to $900 to be considered a hit. I don't find anything wrong with The Rock's wig. I don't think it works. I don't know. It looks like the one from the animated movie. Right. But it doesn't work because he's also shaped completely like himself. So the hair, he just ends up looking like he'd like dropped out of a glam rock band or something. He doesn't look like that in the movie. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's shaped so like stylized in the movie that the hair doesn't look like that. Dwayne The Rock Johnson in real life with that hairstyle, he literally looks like he fell out of a glam rock band, like right out of the sky. Like I'm expecting him to pull a guitar out instead of his hook. Oh. I heard they're remaking Free Willy. They could have made it. They could have gotten a beefy Samoan and made him a star. What's the speculated price point of the PS6? According to Kepler, who is a reliable hardware insider, King Louis was Christopher Walken. Didn't Bill Murray do a voice in that Jungle Book movie? And a 5 bomb comes in from Siege Master, getting us 10 away from 75. Thank you so much, Siege. See if we can get the first 10 bomb of the week. The speculated price is that their cost per PlayStation 6 currently, according to Kepler, is $760 to make them. He thinks they could subsidize that down and charge $700 for the PlayStation 6. So we'll see. Oh, he was Baloo. That's right. He was the bear. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Anyways. Arc update tomorrow. Yeah, there's one. There's a big update tomorrow, isn't there? At least it seems like it's going to be a big update. Disney does own it from what I was able to find. Oh, they do own Kingdom Hearts. Okay. Have you heard any news on Intergalactic from Naughty Dog? No. ScarJo played the snake. She did? My plan is to ride out the Pro until the PS6 Pro comes out. Yeah, somebody earlier said they were going to do that. They were going to get a PS5 Pro and wait for the PS6 Pro. I mean, I think one of the best things to do would be to try before April 2nd, try and get a Pro, and then just use that until use that and wait for the PS6 to either price drop or come out, or a PS6 Pro, something. Give you as much buffer as you can before needing to feel like you need to upgrade. Tim Dog said that Gears of War E-Day is a timed exclusive for Xbox. We will see if he's right. It could be, Alex, because if you remember, Matt Booty said that there would still be games that would not come out day and date on PlayStation, because there was a game, was he talking about Indiana Jones, I think, when he said that game coming to PlayStation later or whatever was as much a production reason as anything. Like, they didn't bring a game, I think it was Indiana Jones. It was like, they didn't bring it late to PlayStation because they were like, oh, that was all designed to be a timed exclusive. It was literally because of production. It was like, yeah, they couldn't. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if there's still some games that land on Xbox first. I just picked up a Pro over the weekend, says Loch Ness, but now I'm torn what games from the backlog to try it out on. Oh, yeah, that's a tough one, isn't it? That's tough. Forza Horizon 6. Yeah, Forza Horizon 6 could hit Xbox first. Yeah. Yeah, there are still games that are going to go to Xbox first. That's still going to happen. Eventually, that won't be the case, but there'll be a handful still probably in the next 2 years that do it. Does the Pro even give you 60 FPS on Dragon's Dogma 2 and Crimson Desert? I thought they got Dragon's Dogma 2 back to like acceptable levels. Like I think in the one really, really bad town on the Pro, it's in like the mid 50s. Crimson Desert is significantly better after the most recent patch, but it still drops out of the 60s in town. It's a technical reason, not a change in strategy. Oh yeah, I don't listen. If the fans are going to get really excited and think that Gears of War E-Day being like a time exclusive is like a return to exclusivity, I don't think so. Matt Booty already said that there would be games that were still going to be doing that. He already said that was going to happen. So, we'd be giving Crimson Desert another chance. At its current performance thresholds, I may try it tonight and just see how it feels. Like, if it's only really bad in town and it's fine in fights, maybe. My biggest problem is if I go to get in a fight and there's 10 or 15 guys around and the frames start to drop, I do not want to play. I'm not doing that. It's so frustrating to play a game and to be in a big, intense fight or a melee-based fight where you're trying to dodge and do different things, and the frames are all over the place. I can't stand that. I'm torn between finishing Control or finally doing a playthrough of Returnal. I would finish Control. With the latest update, it looks unbelievable on the PS5 Pro, and then start fresh in Returnal. I guess you feel like you're a little bit up against the wire because with Saros coming out in like 30 days. Have you seen the Saros first impressions vids? Yes, I covered that on Friday. Crimson Desert looks much better on the base PS5 after the recent update. It adds FSR upscale in the performance mode. Yes. It immediately, I could tell. I'm like, yep, it's running better. I could immediately feel it. But as soon as I got into town, it was bad again. Frame snob swirling the glass around and sniffing it. I'm not even being a frame snob. Like, it affects the gameplay. When you're trying to play a really intense fight and there's attack animations and dodges and blocks and parries and whatever, and the frames are all over the place, it makes it hard to play. It's unenjoyable. It's awkward. It's frustrating. It's immersion breaking. It's not like, yeah, I can't do this, dude. It dropped to 56. It dropped to 56 frames. Crimson Desert's Cliff actor speaks on how the story suffered major changes during development. Alec Newman, the actor behind Cliff in Crimson Desert, talks about how the story underwent major changes over the course of the game's development. He's an actor with over a decade of experience working in video games. It appears his time with Cliff in recently released Crimson Desert and Deliver Pearl Abyss was one of the oddest working experiences yet. He said the experience was very different from his previous works. Still Wakes the Deep, and he spoke about how over the course of 5 years, it included various periods of low and then very high intensity. He also spoke to how he wasn't even made fully aware of the project's scope in the beginning. For the first year and a half or so, it was just a demo as far as I knew. It was nearly 2 years into recording that they sort of said, well, we're going to start recording in earnest now. And I went, what the hell do you mean? That's great. He's like, I thought I was like a demo. And they're like, all right, now it's time to get to work. And he's like, huh? What? Actors being kept in the dark during audition process is fairly common in the video gaming industry as a means of preventing leaks. Most are never directly referring to the project, perhaps referring to the fact that it was a consistent job he had for 5 years. He does say, in terms of recording, it was the gift that really did keep on giving. The roller coaster of being involved in Crimson Desert is very different. Writing is key. It doesn't really matter. Games, tele, movies, certainly in theater, songs, whatever. If the writing is there, you can really run with it. With this project, it was interesting because I don't want to say they kept changing the goalposts, but we started off recording with cards of the different parts of Pywell, various characters, and he's from this faction, and he's from that faction, and kept just saying, yes, but what's happening? When Cliff stopped being Macduff, which was a considerable amount of time into the recording of this. He was McDuff originally. Once they settled on Cliff, I just kept pushing and pushing and pushing about story and character as much as I could. And I have to be honest, I felt the pressure of a certain type of developer with a certain type of game. I'm glad I fought for this stuff, because you can tell when you read the reviews for the game that have come out, you can tell what I speak of. You can tell when you speak to people. I spoke to some people today, actually, who are playing it and loving it. And whilst they love some of the voice acting and characterization, the boon of this game is clearly the size of the open world and the fact that you can pick up a cat. This I do feel with the preferences of the developers and the people who wrote the scripts of these games, which kept changing. So at various stages, it felt very much like making a TV series, and they kept changing the focus. Yeah, I mean, this kind of jives. This jives with everything we've heard about, like, how they kept changing things, and, like, the story even changed at, like, the last minute. Like, we don't need to read the whole thing. Like, what he's saying completely jives with, like, everything that we've heard. That, like, the development process for this game was, you know, it was a bit wild, and it wasn't super smooth. So... I'm not frame rate sensitive. If it dips too much, maybe I have to go a couple down. Up 5 at most, I can handle that. I can play at 30 frames. 60 is better. Graphics affect me more. Yeah, I feel like 30 frames per second looks blurry, so I can't do it. I do wish the story was a little better. A few tweaks, it would have made this an excellent game in all aspects. DP Sage says, why doesn't Bungie create exclusive rewards for PvE and then exclusive rewards for the extraction style mode to get more people in? Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, fundamentally, I think with Marathon, they could be fighting a losing battle. And the reason they could be fighting a losing battle is because I just wonder if last year they tied the game's shoes together, and it's never really going to come back. It's always going to be a game that people are sort of just cold to. Do you know what I mean? Last week's leak of a main PlayStation Plus game catalog edition April has been followed by the reveal of a second game. What is this game? Sword Art Online Fractured Daydream? Is that... I don't even know. I don't even think I recognize that game. The artwork on the tweet looked cool. I love when actors take an active role in the content they are acting for because they care about the quality, like Henry Cavill in The Witcher. Well, it's also, too, it's not just them, like, actively caring about the game. They probably care about themselves just as much. So, like, I want to do a good job, and it's hard to do that if I don't know what the frick's going on. Like, what is happening? Where is this going? Who is this character? What does this character think? What does this character feel? Like, what are the motivations? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't do your craft as an actor if you don't know those things intimately. You know, you read a line and you need to know, like, what level of emotional punch does this need to have? What's his perspective on this faction, that faction? What's his perspective on honor and shame and you know, truth and reality? Like, you need to know all those things, or you can't really you can't bring the character to life. So, an acclaimed director may be completely changing the premise of a beloved story. The Narnia thing. I can see it now. Some director from our modern time is going to think they can make changes to a classic, and they'll make it better. If the prequel story itself is set after World War II, and the Pevensies would enter the picture until the 1990s. Wait, they're going to do that? Resurfaced photos from Netflix's upcoming Chronicles of Narnia film reveal a setting that isn't around the turn of the century when The Magician's Nephew book was set, but instead it looks something more akin to 1955, the year that it was published. This isn't confirmed yet as we don't have any concrete details. Oh, yeah, if you change the time frame, I mean, it's not a huge deal because the catalyst for them being at their uncle's house, or things happening in the world that aren't happening in Narnia aren't as important, but still. Put a chick in it. That's right. That's right. It's an MMO Lite, I'm pretty sure, says Rope. Oh, that game I was reading about. Yeah, apparently it's coming to PS Plus or something. Could we get 17 more likes in the video? If you guys are watching on YouTube, if you've been lurking and listening throughout the day and you've been enjoying the show, do me a quick favor and hit that like button. Let's try to get to 500 likes before the end of the day. That is super helpful to me. YouTube was acting kind of crazy today, and it didn't matter. We had a great day. We're on 65 for the week on members, so check your renewals. I'm okay with a timeline change. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's not super important, you know. I think it does affect certain things. Like, the reason there's a lamppost in Narnia is because, you know, Jadis grabs a lamppost and brings a piece of it back. And, like, would it make sense to have an old lamppost like that if you're in a completely different time? Like, you would want to make sure you don't mess with stuff like that. But it doesn't generally affect much. It affects why the kids are at their uncle's because of the war, but, you know. Yeah, Aslan's gay. I mean, there's rumors they're going to make Aslan voiced by a woman, so, I mean, you might as well just cancel the project at that point. It's just so fundamentally stupid. It's like they're trying to outdo each other with stupid. It's like, well, we're going to make Snape black. And it's like, well, we're going to make Aslan a woman. And it's like, who can be more dumb? Well. Just woke it up, boys. It was like the Wheel of Time. Amazon ruined the Wheel of Time adaptation. I think the biggest problem that they did with the Wheel of Time is they should have just said, we're only going to do like the first 3 books. And they should have just slowed it down and really spent time in each book because so many cool things happen in the first 3 books. Like, thinking you were going to be able to do, like, there's like, what, 13 Wheel of Time books? You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? As a serious question, as someone who has never been interested in Harry Potter, what's wrong with Snape being black? As someone who's read the books, everything, they could not have made a worse choice. It's one of the dumbest things you could possibly do. And what they're doing now is it's the token, anybody who's being critical of it, they're going to label you a racist. It's like, oh, okay. Everything gets jacked up. Everything about the character gets messed up. Like, everybody's suspicious he's bad. Like, young kids are scared of him because of what he looks like. He gets picked on by Harry's dad. He gets hung from a tree by Harry's dad. Harry and Sirius Black and Lupin are great characters who help Harry Potter, and they all pick on Snape when they're in school together. Neville is scared of Snape because of what he looks like. He always has to teach in the cold, scary dungeon. He's described as having like greasy, unkept hair, a hooked nose, and pale, sallow skin. He's the most described person in the books, by the way. Like, his appearance is central to his character. They couldn't have picked a worse character to race swap. It is idiocy. And all they've managed to do is now that's all everybody's focused on. It's like, oh, congratulations. Now no one's talking about the show. They're all talking about this guy. And then all the criticism is couched as, well, people are being racist. And it's like, My children are some of the nicest, most loving children you will ever meet. They get angry if somebody is treated poorly because of what they look like. My children hate racism. My daughter got angry. I had to be careful reading books to her. We read a book to her about the first black ballerina, and she was furious as a 6-year-old that they wouldn't let this little girl be in the ballet because she was black. They hate it. They've grown up around Nigerians, Kenyans, Ethiopians, Koreans, Japanese and Chinese children. They have the most eclectic friend group I think I've ever seen. They hate it. And when they heard that Snape was black, they were like, why? It didn't make any sense to them because they know what he looks like. He looks like a vampire. He's supposed to be kind of creepy looking because of it's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's monumentally stupid. It's disrupting the entire thrust of the story. My children do not make those types of judgments about people, and the minute they heard it, they were like, huh? It didn't make sense to them. They were like, what do you mean? He's supposed to be this pale, greasy-haired, creepy guy, and he's going to be a black man? What? It completely changes the entire substance of the character. He is the most described person in the books, next to maybe Harry, because of Harry's unkept hair and his scar. They always are describing what Snape looks like. There's a scene where he gets so flushed red in the face that it's alarming to Harry how mad he's getting because he's so pale and his face gets so red. It literally contextualizes anything to just racism. It's so low IQ. All it does is turn everything about Snape from being a weird guy into, yep, black people. Yeah, and by the way, most of the people I've spoken to this about in our Discord, I've asked, because I'm not a black man, I've asked black men about this, and they're like, this is stupid and we don't want it and we don't like it. I'm not going to speak for them. I'm just telling you what they've said. It's it just feels like you're being tokenized or weaponized in some other mission. It's what the frick? Just make the show. Just make the show. What are we doing? It's so stupid. You have to address the way he's treated. At every step of the way, you don't know if he's good or not. You don't know if he's bad or not. Harry's always suspicious of him. Ron is always suspicious of him. They always think he's up to no good. And Harry's dad and Lupin and Sirius picked on him mercilessly. They hang him from a tree. Good luck with that scene. As a black man, Snape shouldn't be a black guy for obvious reasons, but then also it just makes the dislike of him into it. It's just a race issue. Well, and that's the frustration with it is now it becomes anybody who's critical of it, it's couched as racism. And it's nobody's being racist. What the heck? I mean, there are people being racist. I shouldn't say that. You're actually giving those people that, oh, buddy, that's the thing that frustrates me the most about it. There are people who are very racist about these conversations, and you just empower them to be more of that. Why give them ammunition? It's so dumb. It's so stupid. It's here you go. Here's an armament of ammunition to just make more content about this and rage about it. She did a good job with Mudbloods as the Wizarding World version of racism. Yeah, that's the other thing is that when you enter the Wizarding World, race doesn't enter the picture. Being a pureblood enters the picture, and that's a version of classism. And it's that makes the books interesting because you have the Malfoys and others who think that only pureblood should be allowed in the school. And there's a history in the school of people who thought that. You quiet the voices of reasonable people, says Zubair. The unreasonable people keep going. That's right. Most of the people I've talked to feel the same, but also I'd like to call out that black people aren't a different race from white people. That's a concept created in the 1500s. I mean, I'm not going to get into a larger discussion about that. The point is that when you do this with mediums and entertainment, it makes the entertainment about something else. It all of a sudden the show is about something else. We're not going to talk about the show from the aspect of oh, I wonder what cool things they can add, because now it's a different form of medium to spend more time in the book. classism, that's literally racism? No. To be like, you're not from a pure wizard family, that's not racism. That would be classism. That's like, you're not from our pure class. That's almost like it's not a caste system, but it's like, they never looked at the Mudbloods as a race. It was, your blood is not pure. They didn't speak to them as if they were a race. It was a version of classism. We're better than you. We're pure. You're not. It was looking down on them because, oh, you come from a Muggle family. In any case, we can get pedantic about whether or not it's classism, a caste system, or racism in the wizarding world. It doesn't really matter. The point is within the context of the wizarding world, people were not mistreated because of what they looked like. They were mistreated because of their lineage. Like, you don't come from a pure blood family. It's a very different way of treating. Like, it's not like this superficial, oh, they're black, or oh, they're Chinese. It's, well, no. We only want pure blood wizards. It's a very, very different way of doing it. And then the reason it works in the books is because then the people that are like evil and very like prone to that, they seem more susceptible to the Dark Lord because they're hateful. It like, it works. Like, it doesn't feel like this superficial thing. Classism is not racism. You could argue they function similarly, but they're not the same. Right. It functions very different in the book. That's at least my read of it when I read the books. It's meant to be not. It's not even meant to be the focal point. It becomes a focal point in a couple of books because like there's insults thrown around and they call Hermione a mudblood. But then it slowly becomes way more about like trying to find the Death Eaters and trying to find the bad guys. It's like that becomes way out of the frame. Snape is like a prominent fixture throughout all the books. To the point that like you don't trust him. Like, you don't trust him. Even now in the book that we're in, Order of the Phoenix, he's doing occlumency with Harry to try to help him like protect his mind. And Ron is already thinking, what if this is part of the plan from Voldemort? What if he's literally doing this to weaken your mind? They're right back on suspicion of Snape. And it's like, I don't know how you're going to do that in the story. It fundamentally changes the character. They shouldn't be reusing the IP anyway, so I agree with any argument as far as not reusing it for a specific purpose, including racism commentary. Just asking, do they have creative freedom to? I don't know why you would fundamentally change the character, because then it becomes a different story. Snape being mistreated because of the color of his skin completely changes, like, Harry's dad. Harry's dad's not just a bully. Like, kids are bullies. Popular kids are bullies. It happens. And then they kind of mature out of it, right? Being mean to Snape because he's black, like, that's completely changing the fabric of Harry's dad. It's like, huh? Like, okay. So now Harry's going to learn not only that, like, his parents are dead and he's had this crummy life, he's going to learn that his dad was terrible. He wasn't just a jerk to Snape. He was a racist. Come on. I like the idea of retelling the stories in a show format because you can spend more time. You've got 8 hours to tell a story that you previously had to tell in 2.5. Like, I actually love the idea of doing the Narnia books as a show, of doing the Harry Potter books as a show. I love the idea because you have more time. It doesn't bother me that much. It's like, oh yeah, they're not that old, and like, you know, the people are still around that were in them, and they're kind of, in some people's minds, considered classics. But it's like, why fundamentally change things like that? Like, if they make Aslan voiced by a woman, man, frick your movie. I'm not watching that garbage. Why would you do that? You're gonna fundamentally change the most one-to-one Christian allegory? Be like, we made Aslan a chick. Cool. Not watching. And nobody that you're trying to get to watch will watch. You know? That modern audience is gonna be like, I can't wait to watch a Christian allegory where they made the lion a woman. Like, what the frick are we doing here? If you're going to make the book into a movie or a show, then do it. If you got to put your own spin on it, then just leave it alone and make your own story. It's so stupid. They're redoing things they've already been done. That doesn't need to happen at all. But when doing it again, do they not have creative freedom to do racism commentary? Why would they have the freedom to fundamentally change the story? At that point, what's the point? You're changing the impetus of revisiting it. Instead of being like, we could revisit Harry Potter, do it as a show, and we've got more time to not take things out. Because there's really cool things that happen in the books that aren't in the movies, right? But if your impetus is, we want to revisit Harry Potter because we want to inject it with racist commentary. Why? Like, okay, but what, huh? That's your impetus? We really want to retell this story. Oh, yeah? Why? Well, we think we want to put some racism in there. Huh? What? That's your impetus for retelling the story? That doesn't make any sense. You just do that with every story now. We really want to go back and retell the Lord of the Rings. You know, we do. And we want to make the Dark Riders, if you know what I mean. They're the bad guys and everybody's scared of them. We're going to add a whole thing about like the Shire is basically like the safe suburbs and there's been gentrification and like these guys are trying to come in and the ring is actually like an allegory to like wealth and like what the frick? It wouldn't make any sense at all to do that. Like just go tell your own dadgum story if you want to do that. What's the point to begin with? I've always assumed that if you were going to take a book that you had done movies with and you were going to do a show, it was because you wanted more time. Like 8 hours versus 2 is a ton of time. 8 hours is like, that's like the first 3 to 4 movies of Harry Potter, and they're going to be able to do one story in that amount of time. I actually think that's great. That to me is the impetus. I'm not speaking for the showrunners. It's just always been my understanding that if you're going to retell a story that's already been made into a movie from a book and you're going to do it as a show, it's like, oh, well, we can spend more time with it. Lord of the Rings is another example of a deeply Christian story. Yeah, both Lord of the Rings and Narnia. The redoing it is stupid and soulless, but I think they have creative freedom to do whatever their soulless adaptation. I guess it's purely a semantic argument. Your starting position is that they have creative freedom to do whatever they want. My argument would be, then you're not remaking it. You're not remaking that story. You're telling a whole new story. That's a complete bastardization of the story. Like, you don't just have creative freedom. That'd be like, oh, we're going to remake, this classic video game, but then you completely change all the elements of the story. Like they're remaking like Ocarina of Time, right? If they were like, yeah, we're going to remake Ocarina of Time, and we made Link black, and we made Zelda a dude, and they're gay for each other, you'd be like, what? Well, they have creative freedom to just do whatever they want because they're remaking it. You'd be like, but I don't understand. What's the point of remaking something if you're going to change it? Like, you're going to fundamentally change it. Well, now you're not remaking it. You're almost retelling it. I feel like there's a categorical difference between remaking something and retelling something. Like, oh, we're going to go back and do the Narnia, movies again. We're going to do them as a show. Yeah, Aslan's a chick now. Yeah, and the kids are all gay. Like, what? Like, why? Huh? You see what I'm saying? It's like, you're not remaking it. You're retelling it. You're completely changing it. At that point, just make your own story. Like, creative freedom, I think, has limitations. I think typically you work within the world. Okay, here's an example of creative freedom that works within the world of the story. They were going to show Hermione getting her letter of acceptance. Okay, that's fine. We know that happened. Like, creative freedom, like, works within the confines of the story. Oh, yeah, we know Hermione got an acceptance letter to Hogwarts. We know Hermione's parents and her dad's a dentist, and they have good money, but we also know that they're muggles. So you're working within the story and saying, well, we can show that. But being like, no, we fundamentally changed this character. We're going to enter in a whole new story element. Well, it's like, well, now you're not remaking it. You're completely changing it. I guess I think its very existence constitutes bastardization, so after all, the bets are off. Anything on the table because it already flies in the face of the cinematic saga that exists. I mean, you're like, well, you're like, Well, if you're going to do this, it's stupid, so just go full stupid. Like, Kirk's just like, just go all the way. You know, you shouldn't do it. It's dumb that you're doing it. So just crank the dumb meter to 11. Okay. All right. TJ Boom Boom, you're joking? What did TJ say? I don't see TJ's commentary. I can't even see him. I don't know why. Oh. Hang on. Killing any real genuine. Oh, Aslan voiced by Aquafina. No, the rumor is that Aslan's going to be voiced by what's her frickin' name? She's in everything and everybody loves her, and she's like one of the most decorated female actors of our time. Dadgummit. I can't think of her stinking name. Like it just flew out of my brain. I've reached that age where that happens all the time. No, not Tilda Swinton. Oh my gosh. There are plenty of other characters. Viola Davis. No. Oh my gosh. What's her stinking name? Meryl Streep. Thank you. It took you guys way too long to say Meryl Streep. Yeah, the rumor is that Meryl Streep will be voicing Aslan. And it's like, huh? Like, it's stupid. It's like I'm telling you, it's a lack of creativity and it's a lack of vision. It's the cheapest way to get people to talk about your work. Like, it's cheap. It's cheap. Like, the main reason that people are still to this day and continuing to, and the reason that the trailer went viral is because they made that fundamental change. They're like, we're going to take the guy that's supposed to have like a crooked nose and pale skin and greasy hair, and we're going to make him a black guy with dreads. And so then everybody talks about it. And it's like, oh, okay. So now people are talking about it not because of the trailer or because of the artistic vision or the soundtrack or your direction. They're talking about it for the most superficial, stupid reasons. And the same thing's going to happen if they do that with Narnia. Oh, you mean the most famous one-to-one Christian allegory like in existence? It's considered a classic by many from one of the most prolific writers of our time. Yeah, we're just going to change Aslan, the lion with the booming, scary voice who literally represents Jesus Christ. We're going to change that to a chick. So then if anybody's talking about it, that's what they'll be talking about. It's just a cheap way to get people to talk about your work. It lacks creativity. You can't write your own story, can't come up with your own ideas. You got to take somebody else's idea and screw it all up. There are plenty of other characters, Solemn says, they could have race swapped and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. They could have introduced professors and teachers not seen in the movies as black actors, but Snape just makes the least sense. There are too many obstacles with that character. My guess is they wanted to be more important and more seen character. Here's the thing. There's a really cool moment in Hogwarts Legacy where you learn about another school. There's a wizarding school in Africa where they don't even use wands. Like, that's a perfect opportunity in a new movie. That's a perfect opportunity to be like, hey, we can introduce new students, new teachers, a whole new thing. And that would be artistic freedom because that we know those things exist within the world of Harry Potter. Like, instead of being creative and doing that, you just press a button. It's like, well, yeah, just race swap that character. That's not writing a new character. That's not writing a new story arc. You're just taking the existing character and changing them. The thing that's unfortunate, in my opinion, is that I don't think they did this with the intention of adding race as subtext. I think they were naive and decided to make a major character black for representation, not thinking about the potential issues changing Snape's race would cause. I can't imagine. Yeah, Wagadoo. The Wagadoo school is the school that they don't even use wands. It gets mentioned in Hogwarts Legacy, and I'm like, that'd be so cool to go to that school and to like learn about how they do magic without wands. You could go to other schools where there's like more animagus. They can turn into the animals and stuff. In any case, if they did this and didn't even fully fundamentally understand Snape's character and his character arc, I'm like, that gives me such low confidence in the quality of the work then. It just gives me such low confidence. It's like, he, second only to like Harry and Tom Riddle, Snape is like the most important character arc in the books. He's like the third most important character. It's like Tom Riddle, Harry Potter, and Snape. Without them, nothing, so many aspects of the story don't even work or function. He's like one of the most pivotal characters, next to like Harry and Voldemort himself. It would have been an awesome DLC. It would have been a cool game, RPG. Like Hogwarts Legacy, you know, like a game where you just, hey, in Hogwarts Legacy 2, you actually are leaving Hogwarts. You're going to go to Wagadu, and you're going to be a student there. Whole new school, whole new area, whole new batch of magic to learn. I could be freaking sick. What was the reason? No one knows. They haven't said. And now, obviously, anybody talking about it gets labeled as a racist. It's like they're already doing it. There's already articles. There's already interviews. You know, oh, you know, the racist backlash. This is what the actor has to say. And it's like, yep, they're ready. They're primed and ready to go. Denzel Washington as Dumbledore would have been dope if they did that. That can't be the live service one they inevitably make. Yeah, they'll probably just make a live service game, and you'll go back to the School of Hogwarts. I mean, they already built it, right? 30 months from I Am Melee. Thank you so much. Technically speaking, Snape's character just has to be a douchebag who hates Harry Potter because his dad was a butt to him, and he took his girl, which ultimately resulted in her death. What? No, that's not ultimately what he has to be. He is a visibly frightening person. He's described as having pale, sallow skin, greasy black hair, a hooked nose. He's creepy to look at. He's creepy to look at. Like, Neville's scared of him. There's a whole element in one of the books where Neville is scared of him. He turns a Boggart into Snape because he's scared of Snape. He can't just be a jerk who doesn't like Harry. And that's not ultimately what led to their death. That's not ultimately what led to her death. That's not what led to Harry's mom and dad dying. Harry's mom and dad died because of betrayal within a group of people that were meant to be protecting them. Neville's Boggart was his grandma? No. He made Snape dressed as his grandma to make him less scary. Remember, that's how you beat the Boggart, is laughing at it. The Boggart was Snape, and he ends up getting her looking like his grandmother, like the same clothes and the really weird hat with like a bird on it or something. So he did that because it was an effort to, like, if you laugh at them, mirth is what kills them or something. I can't remember the exact phrasing. Or not what kills them, it disarms them or stuns them. It takes their power away. So you want to make them look ridiculous. I think even isn't that the spell? Don't they say ridiculous? Technically, Snape tried really hard to keep them alive. Yeah. Yeah. It'll be interesting. To me, it makes me lose all confidence in the show's quality. It's like you guys are making really stupid decisions. You're making really stupid decisions. You apparently don't know all these intangibles about Snape's character and what this is going to make James Potter look like and Harry look like and Ron. Like, you're fundamentally changing how everybody interacts with one of the most central characters of the story. So that, I don't know, you could win points on some scale that you think is out there. We're late. It's after 1. I meant to go to Green Room. Listen, if you guys are not a sub on Twitch or a member on YouTube, you can't come to the Green Room. So consider supporting me directly. We are working on a goal on YouTube. We're trying to get to 600 paying members. So click join. It's $5 a month. You get a badge. You get emotes. And you get into my members only Discord. If you can't come with us to the Green Room, do me a favor. I'm going to put a link in chat. Watch our latest upload from yesterday about Bungie. Is it the end or a new beginning? Thank you guys so much for a great start to the week. Come to the Green Room or I'll see you tomorrow. By the way, if you can hype videos on your mobile app, hype that video. It helps it. You can it's like you can add a comment, you can hit a like, and then you can hype. You can do all that on your phone. So appreciate you guys, and I'll see you in the Green Room. And if I don't see you in the Green Room, I'll see you in the comments on that video, and then I'll see you tomorrow. All right? Take care.